Welcome back, everyone. So, last week we went through the first stage, which was childhood, and now we're going to be doing stage 2, which is adolescence. So we're going to be like 13 or so. That's not what I wanted. Computer's being a butt. Alright, so we are going to load, and this was our save. You spotted Mom first, reclining on the couch. She held a magazine in her hands, which she was perusing through. "Morning, Mom." She looked up at your greeting, a smile instantly appearing on her face.
Thanks.
"Good morning, Kate. Thank you for coming down." "Ma's at the door with Cove. He can't stay over today, unfortunately. Why don't you go and thank him before he leaves?" You nodded and made your way to the front of the house. Just as she said, Ma was there making conversation. She must have heard you because she looked over her shoulder.
Oh?
"Look who finally made it. Morning, sleepyhead." Ma reached forward and you knew she was about to pat you on the head. She was taller than average for an adult woman, so you were still little in her eyes despite being big for your own age. You tilted your body aside to dodge. Ma didn't bother trying to catch you, she simply smiled. "Ah, you're the last one down today, you know that?" "Life isn't a race." "Funny, I don't think that excuse will work if you're late for anyone other than your own mother, though." With a small laugh, Ma stepped aside. Cove was just as you remembered, exactly how you came to know him to be. He leaned uncomfortably to the side in your doorway as his bushy hair covered part of his face. His features were pinched in embarrassment as he shifted from one foot to the other. He was holding what must be the much-talked-about gift. Looks like an edible arrangement, maybe? At first glance, you figured it must be a bouquet of flowers. Then you gave it a real look. No, instead it was carefully cut fruit. It made a lot of sense that it was actually from Cove's dad. You had to suppress a laugh at this showing. You couldn't imagine many folks buying that sort of thing for their own personal enjoyment. That kind of arrangement was built for the presentation, likely to impress whoever was inevitably going to receive it. It seemed no matter how long he lived here, Mr. Holden would keep going out of his way to be neighborly, and Cove would always be roped into participating. Cove sighed in relief at the sight of you. He must have been braving some embarrassment to get this far, and that had clearly been what he was waiting for. "Hey, Kate." He broke eye contact then, staring down at the ground instead. Your heartbeat sped up, being near him. You smiled back fondly. He always had this kind of effect on you, you couldn't help think, ever since the two of you were kids. There was something about him that was just special, in some strange and indescribable way. "Aww. Hey, it's nice to see you." "I mean, it's nice seeing you too. Not that it's nice for you to see me." The both of you had a bit of a laugh, though your gazes still didn't meet again. It was already shaping up to be another long summer. The best part was that the two of you had plenty of time to enjoy each other's company and relish what you had together. His awkwardness over the task started to creep back in, so Cove nudged the gift closer to you. He was ready to be relieved of it. Your hands brushed over his just slightly when you took hold of the base. He flinched enough for you to know with certainty that he had noticed it to happen. You couldn't help but smirk to yourself. And with that, the gift was accepted. "I hope you and your family like this. It's a pretty good gift. I think so, anyway." He smiled earnestly. "Dad spent a lot of time picking out the best size and design. There were so many options to choose from." "Ooh, I'm not ready to be that confident yet." "Thank you. To your dad for buying it, for you to bringing it over. It looks yummy." "I'll tell him you said that." Mr. Holden's behavior really was different from any neighbor you'd ever had. Though, after 5 years, you were used to his antics, and you'd since made up your mind on what your opinion was. Kinda handsome to boot. He was sort of funny. Sometimes that could be a good thing, and other times it was a bad thing. Your thoughts were quickly interrupted by a shout. "There you are!" You shared a confused look with Cove. As one, both of you stepped through the open door onto the neighborhood street. It didn't take long to locate the source of the noise. You spotted Derek just a few yards down the road. He ran up to you. New character. You were confused at the sight of him. You hadn't expected to see Derek today, though you never really knew when he'd appear. After stopping a couple of steps away, Derek hunched over to catch his breath. Then he looked up with a wide grin.
Hey.
I was just at your house, Cove, but no one was there. Should have figured you'd be at Kate's place. Do you ever spend time in your own home, or are you always just there? Derek laughed at his own joke. He either didn't notice that it embarrassed Cove, or the embarrassment was what he was actually laughing at. Derek turned to you. He was going to say more when his eyes widened and he gasped. What's that? You followed his gaze, unsure. Then you realized what he meant. You were still holding Mr. Holden's gift. This? It's kind of like a bouquet of flowers, but made out of fruit.
Nice.
Can I have some? Maybe you can have some later. I don't know if my moms will be okay with that. Derek grew more excited by your words, bouncing on the balls of his feet. Awesome! Then he nodded his head, as if to clear it. Anyway, that's right. I came here because I need to say something big. He paused, possibly for effect. There's some other kid here in Sunset Bird. Cove was as surprised as you were by the news. Such a reaction made sense. No one around your age had moved here since Cove did 5 years ago. Were they with their family? Maybe they were cutting through. Nuh-uh. The new kid was all by himself, just walking. Did you talk to him? Nope. I came to report the sighting right away. The kid had green hair, glasses, was pretty small, and seemed really upset about something. I hope he didn't leave. Oh, déjà vu. You blinked. Slowly you looked over to your longtime neighbor. That sounds a lot like you, Cove, when you first got here anyway. Kinda does, doesn't it? Weird. He sounded almost fond, a small smile playing on his lips. Derek snickered good-naturedly. I can see that really well now that you say so. But what'd you say? Let's go find Cove's lookalike. We should all meet him.
Sure.
I'll do it. Sure, I want to see who this person is. Derek grinned. Then he pointed down the street the way he came. Last I saw him, the mystery visitor was going this direction. Nothing else needed to be said. The three of you were off, with Derek leading the way. Derek brought you to the beach, and as a trio, you made your way down the shore to the old playground. You walked the familiar path in a comfortable silence. When you were almost there, you spotted the kid in question. His bright colors almost shone like a beacon beneath the rays of the sun. He scuffled around, kicking up sand as he paced. It was true, he had certainly seemed upset, but you didn't think he was sad like you had originally pictured. No, with his erratic movements and scrunched-up expression, he came off angry. You were curious about him, and what he was so mad about. Derek must have felt the same as you. He waved wildly, calling out to the boy. Hey guy, over here! The kid whipped around, an impressive scowl carving deeper onto his face. His eyes were tired, but a strong, hostile energy still radiated from him.
What?
What is it? What do you want? The sharp tone made Derek flinch. He shifted on his feet. What's your name? Jeremy. Was that it?
No.
I'm Derek. That's Kate and Cove. We were just walking around and saw you. We wanted to say hi. There aren't a lot of kids our age in this neighborhood. Yeah, so it's cool to see someone else here. Strangely, Jeremy grew furious by your response. If steam could erupt from a person's ears, it would have happened then. They did bring me somewhere stupid. Of course, I knew it. What?
My parents.
They're the ones who brought me. I didn't walk to this town. Can you not figure that out on your own?
Right.
This is a child who chooses their own misery. My dad brings me to Sunset Bird too when he has to come for work and all that stuff. It's not bad. That earned him a glare from Jeremy. Derek winced beneath it, glancing away. It was a struggle to remain friendly with this Jeremy guy. I mean, I wouldn't want to come here for a real vacation probably either. That's an understatement. This doesn't count as a vacation. It's a waste of time. A chore. My parents' family is nearby and we just had to come see them. Ugh. If they're your parents' family, doesn't that make them your family too?
I guess.
That's a pretty good reason to come by. Did you want to go somewhere else? No. Jeremy crossed his arms with a huff. He turned away. They should have gone by themselves since they cared so much and left me home, but I'm not allowed to be by myself. Pfft. Makes no sense. They're the ones who don't know how to do anything, and I'm the kid? You shouldn't talk about your parents like that. What do you know about my parents? Have you met them? No. Some parents are criminals, but I guess us brainless children have to be nice. Being rude to a parent is the worst thing in the world. That's not what I meant.
So dumb.
Close enough. You be their kid. I'll take your mom and dad. Only someone with really easy parents would be dumb enough to say something so stupid. Hey! Kate is not dumb. I have 2 moms! Whatever, same thing. You turned to Cove, lowering your voice. 2 of you aren't that similar after all. Jeremy must have had good hearing, though, because he caught the private exchange and scoffed.
Stupid.
Of course we're not similar. My eyebrows aren't stupid. Aww. Cove does kind of have wavy eyebrows that are sort of weird. But they're cute, too. Cove's cheeks turned crimson at the insult. You couldn't be sure if it was out of embarrassment or anger, maybe both. Come on. Okay, I'm just gonna stop being nice. How can you say that when you've got a bowl cut? Yep, it's embarrassing and awful, but my parents made me. I won't have to have it when I'm older. I don't know what he's gonna do with those things, except maybe shave them off. He probably should. I bet he looked less dumb with no eyebrows. Should I try to beat the kid up? Yeah, I'm gonna beat him up. You lunged toward Jeremy. With your fist balled, you made a quick step forward. But you only wanted to spook him. He'd made it clear that words wouldn't work, leaving you to resort to action, even if it was just for show. Derek and Cove jumped in to stop you before you reached him. They each grabbed you by the arm. Still, Jeremy instinctively stumbled backwards. He practically fell over. If that's all you can do about what I'm saying, it's just proving I'm right. You're brainless. Jeremy continued to defensively fume and throw out insults. The reaction you got was definitely worth any consequences. Wow, what is wrong with you? Instead of taking offense, Jeremy only parroted Derek's words in a nasally voice. Wow, what is wrong with you?
What is wrong with you?
Wah. This is dumb. Jeremy stuck out his tongue and skulked away, throwing more sand everywhere he went. You watched him go, hunched over until he became a speck in your vision. Silence reigned in his wake. The 3 of you tried to process what just happened. I can't believe that. What a mean kid. Derek wasn't kidding, and by the sound of those earlier complaints, the new boy Jeremy was going to be in the area for at least a little while this summer. Derek sighed in dismay, plopping on the ground. You followed, and Cove did shortly after. There wasn't much else to do.
This sucks.
I was hoping we could meet someone fun, hang out maybe. He shook his head. After a moment, he slowly turned to you with a hopeful expression. But you know what would really improve the day? What? He didn't respond. Instead, he used a hand to point, right at the fruit arrangement you were still holding, because we never went inside. You'd completely forgotten about it during the mini-drama that unfolded. You had gotten used to the wait. Dude, if I had actually lunged at him, I probably would have lost the fruit. Because I had it in my hand, and I forgot. So I'm glad I just went for show. Glancing over to Cove, you noticed he was eyeing the fruit. He must want some too. Why not? Let's eat. Derek perked up immediately at your words. He reached out for a skewer, hesitating slightly once he was inches away.
Sure?
You nodded. With an eager grin, he plucked out a prime row of fruits. Cove grabbed one for himself after him. Only you were without a skewer of your own. I'm gonna take a strawberry skewer. Strawberry was bright and red, beckoning you. It was the obvious first choice. Derek ate a pineapple skewer enthusiastically, finishing it with a moments. This is amazing. It's not different than any other normal fruit. It's kind of worse. These have been out in the open with their skins off for a while. Sheesh. Hey, you two remember the Land Before Time? That fruit thing makes me think of it. The dinosaurs all like the leaves that were shaped like stars. Tree stars. Yeah. Chomping leaves looked so delicious when they did it. And there was the scene with the pretty trees and all the dinosaurs came in and picked everything off of them until there was nothing. That's us right now. Awesome. I should point out that this game is set in the past, and only the adulthood chapter, which is when they are like 21 or something, that's set in 2021. So they were born in 2000, so gives you a little bit of the idea of the time, because I know kids today, well, Land Before Time, what's that? Probably, so. Do You think things taste better when they're shaped like stars? He snickered. Not everything, but it probably helps. The three of you continued like this for the next few minutes. Eventually, the display was barren. It looked weird when devoid of fruit. We're supposed to eat all of it.
Oops.
Really? You couldn't stop yourself from sighing at the boys. You just wanted to eat some and have a nice time. Now you were probably going to get in trouble. You could only accept it, though. Hey, Kate. Yeah? The two of you met eyes casually. Were you seriously going to hit that guy? No, I just knew he'd get all scared over it.
Phew.
That was pretty bad, Kate.
I mean...
I thought it was cool! Ooh! You're both crazy people. You knew when Derek said things like that, it wasn't serious. He liked you and Cove. Yeah. Derek then leaned back on his arms. He contemplated the sky with a content sigh. So, are you both ready for summer break? Someone's supposed to be ready for a break. Yeah. Cool on you. Wish I could say the same. Feels like there's a lot to plan for. What about you, Cove? You ready? I think that depends. Before you could say anything else, the light atmosphere was shattered.
Hey!
Kate! You glanced over your shoulder to see your sister. She strode closer and closer, appearing none too pleased. Been looking all over for you. Ma said you and Cove ran off with the thing Mr. Holden bought for us. She leered over you with arms folded. So, where is it? You're late. It's all gone. What do you mean, gone? You moved over to the side to face her completely. She zeroed in on the bouquet in your hands, which was now populated exclusively with skewers dripping in juice and tiny flecks of leftover fruit pieces. Her mouth dropped open and the tone of her voice rose.
What?
Seriously, Kate? What were you thinking? It was supposed to be for all of us at home. She glanced at Cove, who sat beside you, and continued mockingly. Even if you are the most important person in the household to the delivery boy, this was up to his dad. It seemed everybody was in a mood to tease you and Cove today. Cove's cheeks became a couple shades redder, but he didn't deny the accusation. He couldn't. Everyone knew the two of you gave each other special priority. Well, the morning has been kind of a disaster. Elizabeth aired her eyes, not at all placated. Oh no, I think I hear the mean kid coming back. We better get out of here. Elizabeth blinked, confused, and looked around. What kid? I don't see anyone. Derek didn't bother explaining. He just launched to his feet and ran off. Cove hopped up too, gladly taking the opportunity to exit the situation. He followed after Derek, but he said to look to you from over his shoulder. You turned to watch Elizabeth. She stared back, brow raised. I ran. Without a word, you two got to your feet and bolted down the beach. Unimpressed, Elizabeth rolled her eyes.
Immature.
She shook her head as she walked toward the house, not bothering whatsoever to follow. Meanwhile, the three of you made it back to the shoreline. Derek pumped his fist, grinning in triumph. We escaped, and shall live to see another day. My moms are going to be so mad when Elizabeth tells the story. Still worth it, though. You chuckled together, walking further down the beach side by side. You definitely wanted to stay outside a little while longer. Later that night, you found yourself seated near the kitchen counter. You'd gotten a bit of a scolding from your moms for not saving any of Mr. Holden's gift for Elizabeth, but you didn't get any real punishment for it. Instead, while you were out with the boys, Elizabeth returned home to share the news. The three of them went to get dessert on their own. It was declared even by your parents when everyone got back, and the event was settled. Okay, so basically we missed out on a treat. That was a while ago now. Your fingers drummed on the surface as you waited, your gaze trained on the phone. You were waiting on a call tonight, specifically from your cousin Leandra. You didn't want to miss it accidentally. Your uncle, aunt, and Lee used to live many hours away. Your families only saw each other a few times a year for big occasions. A while back, they had moved and were closer to you than ever before. You now hung out regularly. With school being out, you're positive she's gonna want to come over a lot. The two of you were the same age and got along well. She used to be really fond of Elizabeth, too, but now that your sister has become allergic to interacting with her own family, it tended to just be you and Lee who spent time together. She was my only friend who was a girl. You weren't all that close with any other girls your age. You didn't really have a lot of other friends either. Ma always said that quality was more important than quantity when Elizabeth bemoaned your small social circle. You weren't sure how friendship quality was judged, but nevertheless you thought what you had with Lee was good. Then the shrill ringtone announced an incoming call. You jumped before grabbing the receiver and pressing it to your ear. Letters residence, Kate speaking. You were greeted by a distorted, high-pitched giggle.
What?
Why do you sound so weird? Mom answers the phone like that sometimes. It's supposed to be polite. You should go with hi. That was something a robot would say. There was static on the end, as if Lee was shifting wherever she was. So can you believe school's actually over? I thought it'd never be done. Now we don't have any of that. No, we don't have to do any of that boring stuff. We get to hang out whenever we want. Speaking of hanging out, Lee, can you wait a second? Let me just head to my room.
Oh, yeah.
You got up from your seat at the counter. Luckily, the phone was wireless, so you didn't have to worry about any cords tying you down. Your mom's had a rule about not moving the phone unless a call was in progress, which was why you had been sat by its cradle waiting for Lee to call. Thought it made sense. It was nice to keep everything in its proper place. But now that Lee had called, it was okay for you to go upstairs to your bedroom and talk to her. You jogged up the stairs, taking two at a time, smiling. After you had arrived, you shut the bedroom door firmly behind you. You took a seat on your bed. All right, I'm here.
Cool.
Hey, did you know the girl down the street from me has her own phone now? A cell phone. She doesn't have to wait for someone else to stop using it or anything. Wow, really? The thought of someone having a phone that was all their own seemed unbelievable to you. Remember, this is the past. Right? I wish I had one too, but my parents said I couldn't get my own phone until I'm more grown up. I wish they'd changed their mind. We could call each other every single day, and no one would be able to stop us. How great would that be? I feel like this game is a little bit nostalgic. Just a little bit. Just a touch. But wouldn't I still be using a home phone? My moms would be able to stop us if they wanted. Lee laughed. You didn't put a damper on her imagination. Then you have your own phone too. That works. She sighed dramatically. I bet I'm not going to get one until I'm all the way in college. Squeezing the phone between your shoulder and ear, you puffed up your pillows and made yourself more comfy. It was strange to think of a time when normal school would be over and you'd have to choose whether or not to go to a college. School was such a big part of your life right now. Everything in my classes came easily to me. You soaked up information as naturally as a sponge absorbed water. You had yet to worry about school being hard for you. At that age, yeah. School was pretty easy. I was confident that my grades would remain great. Could definitely keep the streak going. Yeah. You tried to sound engaged, but your mind had decided to go back to school despite the season. Lee knew you too well to be fooled.
What's up?
You sound so spacey. What's up? Just thinking about school. Lee groaned. Are you thinking about how we don't have to think about it? 'Cause it's summer? That's what I'm doing. I was one of those weird kids that liked school. I'm looking forward to going back. You're speaking English, but I don't understand those words. You laughed, aware that many kids wouldn't voice your enjoyment of school. Though I guess school isn't all the way bad. You can do some good things there. You can just do more when school's out. Learning new things can be cool. I just wish everyone did okay with how they taught the things, not just some people.
Me too.
It's the easiest way to hang out with people not in the neighborhood. If I didn't go to school, I'd never meet anybody new. No one really comes here. Uh-huh. I hated gym class, and I always bagged my lunches. That was all. That's pretty much everything that's good about school. Okay, point taken. Now I decree the topic of school is officially closed. We have to talk about this summer first before we start plotting the rest of our lives. I got some plans already. Like? I'm gonna visit my cousins. You chuckled, of course. What's something you want to do? The first thing that comes to your head. Honestly, reading. Let me know if you read anything good, unless it's scary or sad. Sure. You leaned back in your bed, settling in as you continued chatting with your friend. Even though it hadn't been that long since you saw her, and you'd be seeing her soon, you found plenty to talk about. You know what was super cool was summer reading programs. I loved doing summer reading and just knocking it out of the park. For one, the events of the day. You sat up straighter. I was with Cove and Derek today, and we met a new kid. Like, at your neighborhood? Mm-hmm. His parents are visiting family, so it sounds like he'll be around for a little while. I don't know how long. What was he like? Mean. He kept snapping when all we were trying to do was talk to him. He just kept being rude to everyone. But especially Cove, it was awful. I don't think I want to meet him. You want a boy to stay away before even meeting him? That's an unexpected twist. Your cousin was pretty popular with the boys who knew her. She seemed happy enough to have them around until they started to annoy her. Hey, who are you to talk? You give practically all your attention to boys, or maybe just one boy. I see how much you like Cove. That's a special case. Lee laughed at your defensiveness, deeply amused. After a moment, you chuckled along with her. There was a stomping noise approaching your room, heralding the arrival of your irritated older sister. She flung the door open, a frown etched on her face.
Come on.
How long are you going to hog the phone? Glancing at your watch, you realized that your quick call had gone on much longer than anticipated. Elizabeth held out her hand, the other one lodged on her hip. She noticed the realization on your face. Time's up. Gotta go. I'll see you soon, okay?
Bye.
Okay, see you. Tell Elizabeth and your moms I said hi too. You barely pressed the end call button when Elizabeth whisked the handset from your fingers and began dialing someone new as she strode out of the room. Your mom's voice called from downstairs. Hey, has anyone seen the phone? I'm using it! With that, she shut your door behind you. Silence was left in the wake. That was one way to end your first day of summer break. Sometime later, it had gotten dark outside, and you laid in bed, wide awake. Your window rattled all of a sudden, startling you badly. You flinched, staring over at it with furrowed brows. From your vantage point, you saw only the moon and an open sky. You were... I say confused. What had caused that noise? Frowning, you sat up and moved closer to the window. You might as well find the reason behind the disturbance. To your utter shock, your gaze was met by a pair of familiar ocean blue eyes. Cove? You squinted. Yep, Cove was right outside your window. Your house was very angular, and some parts stuck out further than others, so it was theoretically wouldn't be hard to climb around on. Still, just because somebody could didn't mean you expected it to ever happen. To his credit, Cove was doing fine. His feet were braced against a section of the wall that jutted out, his arms flexing with the effort to keep him upright. He easily lifted a hand and waved at you from the other side of the glass. You hurriedly opened the window. Cove climbed over the ledge, releasing a breath once he was safely inside. Hi, Kate. What's up, Romeo? Is everything okay? What happened? It's not okay. I needed to talk to you, and I couldn't wait until tomorrow. If I rang the doorbell, I know your moms would have answered and they'd just make me go home. I didn't really want to explain why I was coming over anyway. I don't want to talk about it. Well, besides with you, I mean. But that's why I did that. As unexpected as this was, you were touched Cove felt that he could tell you what was wrong. I might have tried calling or something, except my dad was on the phone. Cove suddenly looked very cross. Dad, he was talking to my mom. Still is, probably. You raised your eyebrows. Cove had eavesdropped on his parents' phone conversation? I'm not going to comment. There were other things to talk about. Are you going to stay with your mom for a while again? Yeah, because normally he goes to his mom in the summers, which is probably why we haven't seen the other summers. Every year, Cove was sent off to live with his mom for a few weeks. When it happened varied. Sometimes he would go during winter break, but usually he went during summer. Even though it was hard news when you found out he was leaving and you missed seeing him those weeks, you understood. To your surprise, however, he shook his head. That's what I thought too, but no, that's not what they were saying. My dad asked my mom not to have me leave this year. He said she should come stay with us here. Parents are divorced. Are they getting back together? Maybe it was an amicable divorce? No. You waited for him to continue. He didn't. The conversation abruptly dropped off. You couldn't help but stare at Cove. There was a complicated mix of expressions on his face. Is she gonna do that? Yeah. She told him she'd come. I know she's coming soon, before school starts. Oh. You had heard Cove talk about his mom a lot over the years. He'd tell you about past memories, or what happened while he was visiting her. Still, it was one thing to hear about someone and another to actually meet them. Very soon, you were going to see Cove's mom in person. You were taken aback by the news, so you could only imagine how Cove felt. You looked over at him. He was pacing across your room, his features pained with dread. Before, they'd barely stay in the same room long enough to have lunch. Now they're going to be all together again, the three of us, after all this time? Just for a few weeks. I know I should probably be happy that they can talk to each other now. I'm still not. I'm just confused and freaked out. And now I feel really bad for feeling this way.
Kate.
It's so... His fist tightened and his eyes became misty. I shouldn't keep getting like this. It's been a long time already, and I'm not a little kid. Though he wouldn't meet your eyes, you knew he was waiting for you to say something. There's nothing wrong with feeling bad. That is hard to deal with. The tense line of Cove's shoulders eased. Thanks. That makes me feel a little better, like I'm not freaking out for no reason. A momentary silence fell over the two of you. You marveled at how the day started. You had woken up eager for summer vacation, but now things seemed so crazy. The mini debacle with Mr. Holden's gift, the newest addition to the neighborhood being so rude, and as if that wasn't enough, now Cove's mom would be living with Cove and his dad again. Your whole life was kind of like that, it seemed. Complicated and hard and different. Why couldn't things just get better with time? Kate? The sound of your name, said quietly, pulled you from your thoughts. Cove gazed at you, concerned.
Are you okay?
You're asking if I'm okay? Of course I'm fine. Who, me? I'm more worried about you. You don't have to forget about yourself for me. I want to listen to you, too. Cove grinned reassuringly. It was small and delicate, but you knew it was genuine. Moonlight from outside cast shadows across his face and lit up his eyes. They seemed to sparkle with his smile. Just that one look brightened your mood somewhat. Oh, it's the puppy love. You know, I think I don't want to talk anymore about this. He looked away, his lips thinning into a line, and rubbed at his arms. But I kind of don't want to go back home either. Could I stay a little longer, just doing something else? He appeared equal parts hopeful and vulnerable. How could you possibly turn him away? Of course, you can always stay here. As if he even had to ask. Cove perked up at your response, a smile appearing on his face. He immediately took a seat on your bed, not afraid to get comfortable in your room. You felt a little better at the sight somehow. You still had a lot of worries, but you were glad he was here. And not just tonight, you were glad he came into your life in the first place. That was a change you'd never want to undo. It felt totally natural to let him into your little world. He fit into it like a missing piece of the puzzle, and you were certain that there was room to get even closer. You joined Cove on your bed, taking a seat across from him. He smiled at you again, but you could tell this time it was half-hearted. He was still easy to read. Though he didn't want to talk about his mom and dad, he must be thinking about what happened and what's about to happen. I give him a hug. You moved closer and wrapped your arms around him. It wasn't much, but you hoped that contact helped even a little. Cove froze up, startled. After a moment, his arms came up and he returned your hug. The two of you remained like that for some time. He might have mumbled something to you, but was too quiet to tell what it was. When you pulled back, his expression had softened into something more natural. Conversation was stilted and broken, often by silence at first. The both of you were able to get into your usual candor. As your secret hangout session stretched on, you thought that you truly wanted to keep having moments like this with him. You hoped a day would never come when life decided the two of you would have to part ways, and you knew Cove felt the same. You opened your tired eyes, groaning as they adjusted to the bright light that was streaming through your window and warming your peach skin. With a loud yawn, you rolled away from the sunlight and blinked a couple of times, clearing the sleep from your eyes before realizing with a start that it was actually morning. You couldn't even remember falling asleep. Cove had crept through your window during the night, and the two of you had spent time together trying not to wake your parents. You must have fallen asleep while you were hanging out, but couldn't put a finger on exactly when. You wonder how late Cove had stayed before heading home. Oh God, he's still there. You rubbed your face and yawned again, contemplating whether you should get out of bed and get ready for the day, or stay snuggled up for a little while longer, until your gaze landed on an instantly recognizable mop of pale green hair, and you pulled it upright and gasped in surprise. He never left! He was still there! In the morning! Cove! He had fallen asleep while sitting on the ground and precariously leaning his head on the side of your mattress. With your shout, Cove's eyes snapped open and his head slipped from its source of support. He didn't stop going down until he smacked right into the floor with a crack. Oh, poor kid. You clamped a hand over your mouth and looked down at him with wide eyes, curled up where he had landed rather ungracefully. Are you okay? You winced at his tumble, hoping no one else in the house had heard either of your outbursts. Yeah, I'm alright. Cove rubbed at his forehead a little, and you weren't sure that was entirely true. Aww. I didn't mean to hurt him. If either of your moms found out Cove had slept here last night, the two of you would be in big trouble. Cove blinked at you a couple of times, his eyes growing in panic at some thought that only he could hear settled in his mind.
Oh my God!
I fell asleep! You weren't exactly sure what to do as you watched Cove pace your room, looking around frantically. Cove's hands flew to his face, letting out a sigh of relief when he found his glasses right where they were supposed to be. Despite that, he hadn't calmed down completely. The atmosphere was still frazzled. Just calm down, he whispered to Cove harshly, trying to keep your voice down. You won't get caught as long as you're quiet. Cove nodded, his shoulders tensed as he fixed you with a firm stare in his turquoise eyes. Letting out a heavy sigh, he ran a hand through his hair in exasperation. He couldn't look at you again as he spoke. I'll see you later. You were confused by how all this had played out, but hoped that was true. Yeah, see you later, Cove. At that, you were suddenly wrapped in a tense embrace. Ooh! As panicked as he was, this seemed to be something he couldn't forget before leaving. He actually hugged me back. That's so nice. Thanks again. You're a good friend, Kate. A really good friend. He firmly whispered the words into the top of your shoulder. It made you feel tingly. But you were let go before you had a chance to respond or even fully react. In a matter of seconds, he had climbed over your bed and opened the window. A cool breeze rolled off the ocean, fluttering through Cove's hair and filling your room with its salty scent. Cove fearlessly stepped out onto the ledge. Wish him luck. Good luck, don't fall off my roof. You weren't sure if he heard you or not, but he kept going along, one foot in front of the other with increasing speed until his form disappeared out of sight. You stuck your head out the window as far as it could go to try keeping watch. He walked the full length of the ledge before jumping down to the top of the garage, then lowering himself onto the fence. From there, he finally dropped to the ground. You threw out a thumbs up at his successful climb. He ran off toward his house without stopping, disappearing behind the side of another building. You had to admit you were pretty impressed at how doable he made that look. Cove always seemed to have a way of seeming so smooth, without even meaning to. With a little sigh, you reclosed your window. Deciding there was nothing more you could do, you hopped off your bed and got ready to head downstairs for the day. I put on my slippers. You knew it was summer, but your slippers were comfy and cozy. It made you feel better whenever you wore them. You took the stairs, slowly attempting to mask your face in a look of innocence. You were sure that someone would have come into your room if they had heard anything strange, but you couldn't be too careful. You had to play it cool. When you stepped into the living room, Elizabeth was there, tapping her finger on the counter. Good morning, Elizabeth. She looked over at you immediately, her eyes squinting at the greeting. Why are you being so weird? You hadn't even done anything! Your big sister never missed a beat, unfortunately. Your eyes flickered left and right as you sidestepped her and headed toward the kitchen. Kate. I shrugged it off. I'm not. You spoke so nonchalantly you almost thought she believed you, but you knew better. Further suspicious squinting occurred as she waited for something, but ultimately she rolled her eyes, and you weren't sure if you were in trouble or not. She didn't seem to care enough to dig any further. Whatever. And then she walked straight out the front door, letting it slam shut behind her. You let out a brief sigh. Elizabeth went out most days to hang out with her friends from school around town. Today you were extra glad for it, though you were also grateful she hadn't left the house any sooner and risked running into Cove. It looked like you were getting away with that. Breakfast was eaten in peace and alone. Your moms were both out by the time you had gone up. They had left you a serving of food from the breakfast they'd made, hash browns, an omelet, fruit salad, and there were a few sausage links. I took a little bit of everything. It was tasty. You appreciated that there was a variety in the meals your moms made. The day lazily drifted by. You pulled open the fridge again, lingering in the frosty air for a moment or two before grabbing a bottle of ice-cold water and taking a long drink. It was perfect balmy summer afternoon, and you had decided to head outdoors and find some things to do. You hadn't decided what that something was just yet, but you were sure something would pop up to occupy your time. Dude, this is still like the introduction. This is still the introduction to this. We haven't even gotten to the moments yet. We're snacking a little bit. Hold on. I also realized I never tested my audio. I should probably double check to make sure that I am actually audible now that we're like 40 minutes into the stream. Better late than never. Let me just go to Twitch here. I am live. Just checking the audio. Okay, yeah, we're good. We'll be good. As you were heading out the front door, you paused for a moment. You hadn't seen Cove since he had left that morning, and you couldn't help but think about what had happened to him. Would it be bad to go over to his house right now, or to call him to check in? You stepped out of your house, still stuck in an internal debate with yourself, when a voice caught your attention. Hi, Kate. Confused, you looked over to where an unrecognizable woman was waving at you. A friendly smile plastered on her face. You racked your memory for where you might have seen her before, but nothing came to mind. Not at your school, or the country club your moms took you to. You had absolutely no idea who the woman was. Okay, so this chapter, we're meeting Cove's other parent as a stranger. The woman crossed the road towards you, and you were a little unsure whether you should stay put or go back into the house and lock the door. Oops, I'm sorry. Was that presumptuous? I had heard about you, but you have no idea who I am, do you? You shook your head, and she removed her sunglasses to reveal sparkly ocean blue eyes. All of a sudden, she seemed a little more familiar. My son lives here, and my ex, too. With a bent smile, she lifted a hand to point at the condo across the street from your own house. She was Cove's mom. You didn't know why you hadn't recognized her sooner, now that you'd gotten a good look at her. She looked really young. It was almost hard to believe she had a 13-year-old kid. No matter your thoughts on her, you still felt taken aback that she had appeared here so suddenly. Well, maybe that's why the dad got full custody. Maybe she just was young or immature. Cove mentioned she was coming, but you hadn't gotten the impression that it would be the very next day. She extended a hand again, this time for you to take, and you studied the manicured fingers in front of your face and the assortment of bracelets that dangled from her wrists. I'm Kyra Priest. You can call me, Kira maybe? I'm Kira Priest. You can call me Kira. Shook her hand. Reached out, took her hand, shook yours firmly, grinning wide. I'm Kate, but you already know that.
I do.
Cove mentioned you to me before. It's nice to finally officially meet you, Kate. Cove talked to you about his mom. He hadn't mentioned how he said things about you to her. What has Cove said about me? Oh, I can't tell you that. I've already said too much. She laughed good-naturedly. You couldn't be happy about that answer, though. The sound of a door opening and closing caught both of your attentions, and when you turned around toward the sound, it was to find Cove exiting his house, his eyes skimming the ground. Considering just how tall he had grown, you kind of figured his mom also would have been tall. She was more on the short side for an adult anyway. Cove's height must have come from his father.
My baby.
There you are. I thought you were going to keep me standing out here all day. You tried to catch Cove's eye as he walked towards you, but his gaze was firmly fixed on the sidewalk. When he finally crossed the road and looked up, he gave you a pitiful look. After the way he acted last night, you knew he must be feeling pretty mixed up about this. You tried to wordlessly express that you understood. Cove and I are heading into town to grab something to eat while the snore is at work. Kira beamed at Cove and ruffled his hair, which only seemed to upset him more. You assumed the snore she was talking about was Mr. Holden. Hey, you should come with us, Kate. I'd love to get to know you better. Yeah, you should come. Be a buffer. There was a pleading tone in his voice that you couldn't miss. Of course, we'll run it by your parents first, responsibility and all that. It'll give me an excuse to meet them, which I need to do at some point. It's important to be neighborly if I'm going to be roosting on this street for the time being. Any whoosies, let's go. Kira walked ahead towards your house, and you hung back with Cove, who crinkled his nose as he watched her. It's really interesting that Cove's dad is Mr. Holden, but his mom is Kira. That's very interesting. Sorry about her, but I really do want you to come. I don't want it to be just the two of us, not right now. You leaned in closer and whispered, while checking around for anyone who might hear. What happened? Did your dad know you were gone? Cove shook his head and sighed heavily. Dad was so focused on Mom showing up that he didn't even notice. I thought when I heard them on the phone last night that it was something they were planning for the future. This morning, Dad said it was supposed to be a surprise, and I guess I was surprised. She's gonna be here all summer. Oh, you were surprised to hear that too. Cove sighed again, even heavier. I'll go with you if you really want me to. He smiled, his shoulders relaxing a little in relief. Thanks, that'd be cool. The two of you headed over to where Cove's mom had just knocked on your front door and stood behind her. Mom answered the door after a minute, her eyebrows lifting in surprise at the group she found in front of her. You realized that, like you, she would have no idea that it was Cove's mom who was hanging out with you. However, after blinking at the woman a couple of times and looking between her and Cove, the realization seemed to strike on her. Hello there, I'm Pamela.
I see.
I see you've met my kid Kate, and I'm guessing you've already known Cove for a while. Kira laughed, and you and Cove exchanged looks at your parents' weird sense of humor. I'm Kira Priest, Cove's mom. It's so nice to meet you. A head of purple-brown hair caught your eye as Ma popped up behind Mom, squeezing herself inside her. We have company. I was wondering what all the commotion was. She grinned excitedly at Kira. The two of them introduced themselves and shook hands. Hi, Kate, Cove. Cove smiled at Ma shyly, and she gestured a hand toward the living room. There's no use hanging around in the doorway. Why don't you come in? I'd love to, but I promised to take my son out to eat, and I wouldn't want to hold you up with a surprise visit. Oh, I understand. You're welcome to stop by any time.
Of course.
I'll take you up on the offer when I can. Count on it. Would you mind too much if Kate went with Cove and I? My treat. We won't be driving, just a quick walk down the road. Sure, that sounds nice.
Have fun.
You gave your moms a look, and they smiled at you fondly. Aww. I was happy they were letting me out. You could tell that Cove really needed the support, and you were ready to be there for him. Expect us back in an hour or two. We look forward to seeing you again. Take care. Your parents waved goodbye to the three of you as you backed up onto the street. There was the sound of the front door closing behind you. I'm pretty positive I saw some restaurants when I was in the taxi not too far from here. Yeah, it's a tourist town, isn't it? There's a lot of them around. It's kind of strange to see Cove give someone this much attitude. If he wasn't in the mood to be nice, he generally just kept to himself. Kira put her hands on her hips and smiled at her son. You sound like the area expert. Do you have any recommendations for a place nearby? Not really. Kira pouted at him a little and turned to you instead. How about you, Kate? Want to point me in the right direction? I'll be the good guy. Sure, I have a couple of favorites. You've been to a lot of places in town, and there were a couple that stood out from all the rest. There's a Chinese restaurant that me and my family go to all the time. It's my mom's favorite. There's also a tropical-themed place that tries to be sort of fancy. Both sound like a treat. I'll leave it to you to pick for us, since Cove is going through a phase over there. He huffed at her and turned his face away. Chinese restaurant. Will you show us the way? You nodded, taking the lead of your little group as Cove and his mom followed behind you. Wow, some Chinese sounds really good right now. Ugh. Oh. Now I want Chinese food. No. No. I mean, I could make some egg drop soup, but like the rest of it is a little bit challenging. Oh, hi. I hope you're well. Wow, both you and Odabe. Please do not get Kung Pao Kitty. Whoa, what's Kung Pao Kitty? Jeez. Nah, cause I've been doing this keto thing for a little while, and so there's only like so many things that you could get at a Chinese restaurant that are keto compliant. You're summoned by the food talk, right? Definitely. Yeah. We'll see. I might end up caving for some lunch at some point. Together, the three of you left the neighborhood behind. The walk was about 15 minutes, and along the way, Kira asked a lot of questions about the area. Cove was quiet most of the time, so you ended up answering her instead. Kira explained that she lived in a large city, and she loved how peaceful and relaxing everything seemed in Sunset Bird. It really is like paradise. Beach paradise. The restaurant was busy as usual, but luckily you were shown right to a small table. T-Bone should be in the kitchen whipping up meat treats. Yeah, he cooks sometimes. I think I enjoy cooking a little bit more than he does. But yeah, he definitely will like make ground beef for us and stuff. He used to make good spaghetti all the time, but yeah. The town seems lovely, you want to go there. Yeah, totally. The whole thing has like a nostalgic vibe. The restaurant was busy as usual, but luckily you were shown right to a small table. Kira lowered herself into the chair while Cove picked the one diagonal to her, not facing her or to her side. It was awkward. Ahem, let's see. To start, what would you all like to drink? I'll get orange soda.
Noted.
Kate? Just water. Lemon or anything? There's sugar on the table. Nah. Sure. Kira placed the order for your drinks, getting a black hot coffee for herself, and it didn't take long before they were brought to the table and set in front of you. You took a long sip of your drink and you looked around the restaurant. Your small group checked over the menus, and you decided to order a usual thing. You had been to this restaurant many times, so you knew what was good and what wasn't already. Kira and Cove didn't need any encouragement for this. They were totally focused on the information in front of them. Oops. No, I don't want to quit. I just want to go back. Soon the meals, too, were ordered and the menus were taken away. You glanced at the table surface, waiting to figure out what to say. Cove sunk back further into his seat and avoided eye contact. He started to twiddle his thumbs while acting like all this was perfectly normal. His sour feelings today were unignorable. Instead of asking more open questions he'd brush off, Kira had mercy on her son and instead put her focus toward you.
So?
Kate, what are a few things that you're into? There's gotta be something you do for fun, especially now that you're not buried in school assignments. Being consistent with earlier, I like to read. Ooh. Fiction novels. What do you like other than my son, right? Me too. Nothing beats curling up with a good book. Manga? Haven't heard of that style, but I'm sure it's very good. And I write things. A fellow writer. Writing is a great form of expression, don't you think? Kira sighed wistfully, her eyes going soft. Music. I play the piano. I can say I'm really into Cove. I didn't even see that option. Should we make things awkward? We don't have one at home, so I only get to practice when I go to lessons, though. I listen to a lot of it. I have an MP3 player at home that my mom let me put some music on, and I've seen some concerts. Awesome. And... You said I don't think... No, I can say I didn't say anything else. Let's see. I go to the beach and swim. You must be a strong swimmer since you live so close to the ocean. I found the water a little scary, but I still like to dip my toes in sometimes. We look for seashells. The best ones I find for my collection. Sure, it's an incredible collection. Build sandcastles. That sounds like a lot of fun. And games are fun to play. I like to play board games. Shall play a game together sometime. Card games. I like card games too. Maybe we can play together sometime. Video games. I don't know much about them. Old person. Maybe you could show me sometime. And it seems like it doesn't actually really matter what's going on. I'll say, I'm really into Cove. Kira let out a sudden laugh and Cove gasped beside you. It was a dramatic enough inhale that he almost choked on the soda. You chuckled at their reactions. That was exactly why you said it. Kate! Cove whispered at you disapprovingly, obscuring the part of his face with a hand, but Kira only waved him off and encouraged you to go on. I'm only being honest. What better way to spend time than with Cove? Well, we have something in common. Kira smiled at Cove, who didn't look too impressed by either of you at that moment. I'm into sports like... Type in the sport you play. Please don't capitalize or pluralize the word. Ninja warrior. I've never used this part, so I'm kind of curious. Ninja warrior's a sport, right? I think it counts. I play Ninja Warrior. It's great. Watching them can be exciting, huh? And... Oh, now it's only I like to watch, well, everything. TV. Pretty addicting when you find a good series, isn't it? We're having a nice long conversation. Movies. Kira nodded her head. You guess she must like that too. Stand-up comedy. Cool. Plays. It's very interesting. And I didn't say anything else. I picked almost every option. I'm happy to learn more about you. There's so much I hadn't heard. Cove leaves the details out. He was trying not to pay attention, but you could tell he was uncomfortable. Hoping it would clear some of the tension in the air, you decided to ask Kira a few questions of your own. Cove hadn't told you much about her. You were curious to know more about this woman who was such a big part of his life. What exactly do you do for work? Several days later, your food arrived, right? I'm a travel writer for magazines and things. I keep people in the loop on what's worth seeing. It's good work. Wow. Oh my god! How awkward should I be? Should I get revenge? Are you in a new relationship now? Kira brushed the question off lightly. Not at present. Why did you and Mr. Holden get divorced? Cove nudged you in the arm. When you looked at him, he seemed furious. Kira brushed the question off lightly. That's grown-up stuff. You should enjoy your youth while you can without having to worry about all that. Oh, I'm pissing Cove off. I'm sorry. Cove sipped his soda angrily, slurping up the remaining drink with furrowed brows. He looked ready to run straight out of the restaurant. You weren't sure if coming along had ended up making the lunch better or worse. You made a silly face at him. You stared at Cove till he glanced at you in annoyance, then you lifted your nose with a finger and poked out your tongue. It took a couple of moments, but finally he cracked a smile, and that made you feel a little lighter inside. Yeah, yikes, I don't know. The one thing that kind of gives me a little bit of comfort is knowing that there are no bad endings. So it's like, I can't screw this up. We're durable. You two seem really cute together. Cove covered his face with his hands and leaned back in the seat.
Seriously?
Mom, why would you say that? I blushed. The two of you really cute together? Your meals were delivered shortly after that, and everything was so delicious, even Cove enjoyed his food. Now that we're all full and content, can you explain, please, why you've had a bug up your butt all day? Cove's face scrunched at that. Seriously, baby, what did Mom do to make you this mad? I haven't even been around a full day yet. Thanks, we are cute, right? Yeah, in my first playthrough, and I didn't even finish my first playthrough, I only got about this far, I didn't have the confident effect. I think I was either relaxed or nervous, and there are different options depending on like what I picked as my, how I feel, nervous, relaxed, or confident. He gripped the edge of the table, refusing to make eye contact. The words he spoke were barely audible over the din of the restaurant. You could have told me. She leaned forward to not miss anything else, eyebrows raised. Told you what? He finally seemed to find his voice and spoke the thoughts that had been on his mind. That I wasn't going to visit you this year, that you were going to be coming instead. Didn't you invite me? You wanted me here with you. Oh! Cove's eyes began to shake and his frustration ebbed. I do want you to be around, but I didn't know it'd be like this. It's not the same, and nobody said anything.
I see.
Her expression grew tense. She threaded her fingers together and placed her hands in front of her on the table. We've both been gifted another Clifford surprise. The dad set it up. Referring to that as a Clifford surprise almost caused both you and Cove to crack a smile. You also had no idea his name wasn't just Cliff. Over 5 years, nobody had called him Clifford until now. She smoothed her hair out, not letting go of her stern look. The more things change, the more they stay the same. They both let out identical sighs, smiled weakly at one another afterwards.
I'm sorry.
I can go home, Cove. We can still set up a normal trip to my place before the summer ends. Cove's lips tightly closed together, he seriously pondered the option.
I mean...
I think I do want you to stay. I miss it when you're not there. My heart! She reached across the gap, grabbed his face, and planted a kiss on his cheek. Cove tried to wiggle away. Mom, stop! I'm sorry. Sweet young men need to be smooched by their parents. If I don't, they'll take away my mom license. Kira was completely enthused by Cove's admission, though a tone of seriousness did return to her voice when the conversation continued. Do you want to talk to your dad, too?
No!
Cove had snapped the word instantly, but reeled his annoyance back in just as quickly. Maybe later, not today.
It's alright.
I understand. We can shelve it. Thanks, Mom. Thank you for talking to me, little mister. She grinned affectionately at him before turning your way. And thank you, Kate. Huh? What did I do? It's easy to act like a baby with your mom. It's harder to keep that up with your neighbor watching everything. Especially when you really care about what said neighbor thinks of you. She winked. Mom! She ruffled his hair with a laugh, then moved her hand down to tap the end of his nose. And that was how the issue was resolved, at least between Cove and his mom. When the three of you left the restaurant, and Kira had paid the bill, you walked back to your neighborhood slowly. You had eaten so much by that time you were beginning to feel sleepy. It didn't help that lunch had happened late, and the sun was already beginning to descend from the sky. But eventually, you reached your street. Someone was there to greet your group upon arrival. Welcome back. Family, and Kate, too.
Huh.
I think his hair is a little longer than it used to be. Cliff. Dad. The cold shoulder! You feel like his mom is the type to show up at your house someday and be like, I had some extra bridal magazines and thought you would want them. Right? Both, I can see how Kira and Cliff got together because they both have that sort of goofy side about them. But Kira seems a lot more free spirit than Cliff does. I think Cliff is a work hard, play hard type of person, and Kira is just like, I'm gonna do what I want to do. I think it's also interesting to note that, Cliff got full custody. Mom license? What's a mom license? I like well-written characters. The two walked past him into the condo without sparing another word. Despite the summer heat, their shoulders were cold. Uh-oh, I'm in trouble. He rubbed the back of his neck with a crooked smile, but his eyes were soft as he looked on after them. He's so much like his mom, don't you think? You gave a vague nod, not sure what he was expecting you to do. He nodded back far more energetically. Okay, have a nice night, Kate. You too, Mr. Holden. With that, Cove's dad disappeared to join the others inside. It was your turn to go home now. Summer hadn't started off at all how you would have imagined it would have, though it's turned out to set the tone well. Having Kira in the neighborhood was a new experience for not only you and Cove, but also both of your families, and a dull moment was rarely had. And now we are finally to moments. So who is that, Fabio? Yeah, his hair got super long, didn't it? I don't think his hair was always that long, or like he held it back or something. But yeah, that's Cove's dad. There's a game in this game? So, I've been streaming since 8 a.m. And that whole thing, that whole hour, was the introduction to Step 2. I don't know. Step 2 might be longer than Step 1. I don't know if we're gonna get through all of Step 2 today. We'll see. We'll try. Let's go to the wave. The family shopping trip had lasted most of the morning, and you still had to unload everything from the trunk before you could go enjoy the afternoon. You cradled another bag in your arms as you headed toward their house. It was one of the heavier bags from the grocery store, loaded with fresh apples, ripe tomatoes, a bunch of carrots, and even half a watermelon. Ma came out the front door and paused just ahead of you.
It's no trouble.
You need help with that, Kate? I can bring it the rest of the way if you need me to. No, I've got it. I was doing fine. Even if it was large, it wasn't really any problem for you. Ma gave an encouraging grin and rustled her fingers through your yellow hair. You set the next bag on the counter. That was a reference to my appearance, I just realized. They don't normally do that, but yeah. So, the customization of appearance does matter in the text, I guess. You set the next bag on the counter. Your older sister began to root around inside for the contents with a sigh. How much is left? Still a few more bags. With a huff and a puff, Elizabeth continued putting away the groceries, and you retreated out of the kitchen before you could become the target of her bad mood.
Be careful.
There was another one earlier when the last morning started, and that's nice. Yeah. You hadn't been looking where you were going and bumped right into Mom, almost stepping on her toes to boot. Sorry. I can give you a pass this time, but be sure to watch where you're going. If you run into the wrong person, you might get your license revoked. She grinned at the bad joke as you continued through the door. I love how Mom is just like, has dad jokes galore. Outside, Ma had started organizing what remained and putting back any loose objects that had fallen out during the trip. When you stepped up to the trunk beside her, she took in a big breath of air, her dress gently swaying around in the breeze.
It's a shame.
It's a shame we had to spend the morning cooped up in that shopping center. It's a beautiful day, don't you think? You tilted your head to the sky, gazing at the clear blue expanse. Days like today are my favorite. Ma smiled at you, her amber eyes glinting with affection. You and your sister are a lot alike in that way, and me too. You gave her a familiar look. But eventually, you turned your back to help her with the last of the bags. Oh, hi, Cove. You noticed Mom wave over at Cove, who had just exited his front door, his surfboard propped up under one arm. Let me see, surfboard and wetsuit. Where might you be off to on this beautiful day? Cove instantly startled, not having realized your family was also out here. Even though your mom was the one who called out, you were the one he looked at. He tried to settle down again. He jogged across the pavement to properly say hello to you and your parents. It was decidedly awkward since Cove had trouble figuring out how close to stand to you. The addition of his unwieldy surfboard made the whole thing seem even clumsier. Careful with that thing, you'll put someone's eye out. Mom chuckled and got a whispered reproach from Ma for it. Pam, please, go easy on him. Cove winced. Sorry, Mrs. Letters. Don't mind her, honey. It's a beautiful day for surfing. I haven't been out on the waves in a long time. I'm jealous. Yeah, I'm hoping to get a few good waves before it gets dark. Hi, Cove. He relaxed a lot when Ma spoke to him, but the rigidity came back as soon as you said something. Hi, Kate. Cove managed to grin, and it almost felt like you had butterflies in your stomach. Do you want to come hang out there later? You noticed the flush of red on his cheeks, but that might have just been from the heat. Sure, I'll meet you there when we're done. Cool. When he spoke again, he tried to contain some of the excitement that was clearly ready to burst. It'll be fun. You're not done unloading, right? Can I help?
No.
This is our job. You go enjoy the beach. Kate can catch up as soon as she is finished here. All right, I'll see you. Yeah, bye for now. Cove is so good and nice. Cove headed on down to the beach with a more skip in his step than normal. It was really cute. You smiled softly to yourself at the thought that you would be joining him soon. He sure seemed to perk up after you agreed to meet him there. I wonder why that could be. Oops. Ma! Now who's giving him a hard time, Lonnie?
Josh?
It's different. Mom's face broke into an incredulous grin. In what way? I'm being supportive, and he can't hear it. Mom full-on laughed that time.
Lonnie.
You're the worst of us when it comes to this, honestly. I keep trying to warn people, but they won't listen. I only want to help. I think it's fair to say he might need it. Meddler, but you have a point. Right? You narrowed your eyes at their teasing, and they simply chuckled conspiratorially before taking more bags from the trunk and heading inside. Once everything had finally been taken in and put away, you got yourself ready to meet Cove at the beach. Your family had a surfboard around here somewhere. Can I take your board to the beach? Sure, it's in the garage. Just remember to keep the leash on when you're in the water. After finding the board in the back of the garage and getting everything ready, you headed down to the beach.
Have fun.
Stay safe. When you arrived at the shore, you were greeted by the crash of waves and the soft call of seagulls. You took in a lungful of ocean air and felt your peach skin warm in the sun. You noticed a small setup nearby with a towel, some sunscreen, and a bottle of water. It must be Cove's. You spotted Cove himself nearby. He hadn't gone out to sea yet. He was just sitting in the sand at the water's edge, his board propped up beside him. I hope I put on sunscreen. You ran up beside him. Hey, are you waiting for someone? Hey. He looked up at you with a smile and quickly hopped to his feet. I was wondering if you were still coming. Sorry you had to wait. You don't have to say that. It's okay. Then he cast his eyes out toward the waves. I borrowed this board, but I don't know how to surf. You dragged a toe through the sand. You may have had a board to borrow, but you were totally inexperienced actually using it. I guess that makes sense. I've never seen you with one before. He laughed a bit, and you felt no less embarrassed. We don't have to go out, you know. We can stay on shore. Or, if you want, I could teach you. I owe you that much, right? I was the one who always promised to show you about surfing. True. He's offered that option for you pretty much as long as you've known him. You were touched, you remembered. I want to try surfing. I'll do it. Let's surf. Cool. You held your ma's board tight. It was settled. You paddled out into the sea to where the good waves were. The water was cool against your skin. Hello, Lily.
It's nice.
Not too calm, but nothing crazy. It looks perfect today. It's nice that he can, be out in the ocean where he wants to be now. You can still see the scar on his arm. He smiled at you, and you couldn't help but smile back. You totally felt content. Until Cove kicked the water a little too hard, and it inadvertently splashed you. Hey! Sorry. The apology did not come across as especially repentant, as he was practically laughing when he said it. Splashed him back. You laughed, but waited for an opening for revenge. The second he looked away, you kicked back, spraying him.
Seriously?
Is that any way to treat someone trying to help? I came out here to teach you. And I was just following your example. Cove tried to keep a straight face, but ended up looking away. The water you flicked at him landed in shiny droplets in his hair. Then here's another lesson. He soaked you deliberately this time. He used a full leg, and an impressive curtain of water hit you in the face. You lost your balance and scrambled to keep a hold of the board. You managed to stay on, but it was close. Cove winced. Are you okay? That wasn't what I was trying to do. I'm fine, but we should do the real teaching. Yeah. He chuckled awkwardly and shook some water out of his ear. With that, Cove started telling you all the tips and tricks of how to stay on a surfboard. He demonstrated both good and bad posture and explained where you needed to put your weight. Like this? You wiggled your body so that you were more in the center of your board. Cove nodded. Yep, just like that. The little lesson continued, and, by the way, most of the time, when someone is teaching you how to surf, not that I've ever done it, but I've seen videos of people do it, because I watch random videos on things, usually they'll teach you the postures and stuff on the sand before going into the water. But, Cove's not a professional teacher. The little lesson continued, and you kind of struggled. Cove tried as best as he could to help you improve. It was difficult for the both of you to work it out, but progress was made. Occasionally he reached out and touched you to more directly help you get the positions right. It felt nice. Hit you with the secret super soaker in your hammer space now. But if you acknowledged you noticed his touch at all, he would instantly pull away. Awkward! Since you weren't truly ready for it, Cove never pushed you to start taking on full waves, which meant that he didn't either. Aww. Instead, he stuck by your side in calmer seas to assist with your practice. There was no disappointment on his face over how things played out. That's good. Even if you hadn't reached a point of doing anything of any real serious surfing yet, it was still a lot of fun. Many laughs were shared between the two of you. What an afternoon. The setting sun was visible on the horizon. Every time you would look away, it had sunk a little lower. The beach was darkening, but still pleasantly warm. You knew you should get out of the water before it was completely dark in the sea. You rode one last wave to get back to the beach. There you picked up your surfboard and gave it a quick once-over. Cove followed behind you to the shore. He put his board with his other things and grabbed his towel to start drying off. As he ruffled his hair with the towel, you watched the sunset together. The colors were beautiful in the distance, and the shadows around you deepened. There was no need for words between you two, as you both enjoyed the sight for the moment. Cove broke the silence. The waves were good today, I think. Perfect for surfing, he nodded mildly. You chatted a little more until the conversation truly died out, and all you heard was the rhythmic sound of waves. Then Cove sighed. The day can't be over, not yet. He scowled into the distance as if the sun exiting the sky was a personal offense. Don't you think it should be longer? Yeah! Cove stood up straight in defiance of the approaching darkness. I'm not gonna go home yet. I want to go somewhere. I don't know. Cove was still dripping in salt water, so you weren't sure what the alternative was. Wetsuits were fine for the beach and not much else. It wasn't a good idea for him to lug his surfboard around town either. I'm gonna tease him. You'll be real cute in that wetsuit wherever you go. Cove's face and ears flushed red as he looked down and inspected himself. He crossed his hands over his chest self-consciously. He had been so used to wearing it that Cove hadn't given his current choice of dress any thought. At least that was before you pointed it out to him. Well, you would too, so, Cove's eyes widened when he processed what he had just said, and awkwardly decided to give up on the whole thing. Then he looked down at the shore with wide, shining eyes. There's at least one place that's always okay to hang out in, no matter what time it is, the park. You nodded. The park was virtually always empty. Even Elizabeth only went over there nowadays if she was looking for you. How times have changed. She used to be so protective of the place. Now she's a teenager, and so she is over everything. In fact, the only person there was a chance of running into might be that Jeremy kid again. You brought up the idea to Cove and he cringed, but I'm still going. Sun's still there, a little. I'm staying out as long as it is. I'm gonna tag along. Alright, let's go. I think it's interesting that you can end your interactions early. You can say like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go home. But it's like, why wouldn't you want to stay as long as possible? Cove took a minute to put his stuff in order. He made sure to get it all, though didn't take much care to shake the sand off. You dealt with your own things. Took my time to pack my bag. Two of you finished at about the same time. As a final touch, Cove plucked his glasses off the beach and put them back on his face. He looked more like himself now. He led the way down the beach to the park. It wasn't far, so it didn't take you long at all. The sun still hadn't completely disappeared just yet when you made your arrival. Cove stuck his surfboard upright in the sand and tossed his towel over the top. Sure, some people want to get their summer homework done early or something, right? By now, the two of you were mostly dry. Summer breeze on your skin kept you pleasantly warm. Cove idly went over to the monkey bars. He grabbed them, feet flat on the ground, and pretended to go across. He had definitely grown in the past few years. You had also outgrown the monkey bars. You were way too tall to play on them properly anymore. When he got to a bar in the middle, Cove pulled himself up and through, then sat on top of the bars. His legs dangled off the side of the bar he perched on. You joined him on the monkey bars. You didn't even have to stretch to pull yourself up. It was a rather tall seat to clamber on, but it worked. Cove scooted over to give you more room to spread out. These monkey bars weren't made for two teens sitting on top of them. Because we're like both 13, I think. Guess what? He smiled broadly and raised an eyebrow. He's not here. Right, it was true. There wasn't a single sign of Jeremy. Looks like it was just going to be the two of you tonight. Cove hung his head and groaned dramatically. Your eyes widened when he whipped his head back up.
No way.
I can't believe how dumb my parents are for forcing me to come to this stupid place. You were taken aback and blinked for a second before you realized he was quoting Jeremy. Don't scare me like that. One Jeremy is enough. Cove chuckled back at you, a mischievous glint in his eye. You looked around. The old park, the streets you knew like the back of your hand, and the beach. These were your stomping grounds. You wondered how Cove actually felt. How much was his joke just a joke, and how much was his sincere dislike of the place? Moving had never been his choice. Do you actually like this neighborhood? Do you really have to ask that, Kate? Cove kicked his legs carelessly as they dangled. He smiled softly. I like it here, I really do. It's a nice place. I'm glad that he's adjusted over the years. He didn't hesitate. There was no uncertainty, and that was his genuine opinion. Oh, why do you do this to me? The neighbors here are very pretty. I mean, nice, right? You're the best thing in the neighborhood, Cove. Cove flushed and started kicking his legs wildly like he was running in place. It didn't take long for the day to finally draw to a close. The sun was gone and it was dark. You chatted a while longer, but it was definitely winding down. We better get home. Already? It's dark! He seemed to just notice how dark it was. It's hard to make out his exact expression with his face in shadow. I guess I lost track of time. Cove sighed. It was time to go home. He hopped down from the monkey bars with a thwump when his feet hit the ground. You clambered down the monkey bars yourself. You lowered yourself more slowly than Cove and barely made a sound when your feet reached the ground. Graceful. Cove grabbed his surfboard and threw his towel around his neck. With his water bottle in hand, he was ready. You both began your trek up the road. It was a quiet night, and you didn't run into anyone else. In what felt like no time at all, you had reached your street. As you walked, Cove smiled to himself. It was a soft expression, and you couldn't help but wonder what put it there. Hey, don't keep all that thinking to yourself. I just remember when we were younger, it used to be such a big deal to come home after dark. You could indeed recall. If you got sandy, your parents would have something to say. If you got wet, your parents would have more to say. And if you came home after dark, well, your mom's and his dad better have said it was okay beforehand. You used to need permission for everything. That small comment he made exposed just how much freedom you really had this summer. Cove looked up into the sky, a smile still on his face as the two of you walked side by side reminiscing. When you came to your houses, you turned to each other. Thanks for today, Kate. Thanks for the awesome day. Cove waved, and you both turned around to your respective houses. This was a pleasant end to the outing, you thought. Ah. If you really wanted to, you can actually skip any of these things and go to And Then Some Started. The only things you have to play through are, kind of the beginning and end of summer. But it's like, why wouldn't you do everything? I guess it makes it easier for doing subsequent playthroughs. Like if there's a storyline you don't like, you can just skip it. Growing. Fueling. Early one afternoon, you found yourself in the living room with your family. It was another one of those summer days where it felt too hot to go outside, but it was too uncomfortable to do anything inside either. The air conditioner was cranked up as far as you could negotiate it, but everyone's still being pretty lazy. You, your moms, and sister were lounging around while the TV blared on in the background, ignored by all of you. You specifically were... None of these options described what I would have been doing on such a day. I used to really like laying on the couch, but like off of the seat, so that my head was on the floor and reading. I used to like reading upside down. I don't know why that felt better. I didn't like being in the same position. I think that's is a more no hanging awkwardly from the ceiling like a bat option, right? Yeah. Yeah, because when I'm reading, I liked to move around a lot, and oftentimes I would end up in that position. I'll say draped over the coffee table, maybe? Or perched on the arm of the couch. That's probably the closest. Elizabeth had claimed the entire couch for herself. It was too hot to argue over the space, so you didn't bother. Elizabeth broke the silence with a loud groan. You glanced over. She was lying on her back over the couch, massaging her calf with one hand.
Ugh.
I feel terrible. I'm dying in this house, and my legs hurt. Mom looked up from the magazine she'd barely been flipping through and frowned, concerned. Could you have strained them somehow? Elizabeth flailed briefly, then flopped onto her side with a heavy sigh. I don't know. It just hurts.
Sweetie.
Ma got up from her seat at the kitchen table and walked over to your sister. She did a light pat on Elizabeth's shoulders sympathetically. I'm sorry you have to deal with that. Maybe it's growing pains? You could be taller by next fall. Elizabeth scoffed. She didn't look impressed by Ma's assessment. I'd rather be my height forever than deal with this. Mom walked over too, leaning against the back of the couch. Kids, they grow up so fast. Soon Elizabeth will have a home of her own, maybe even with a nice husband and some kids if she feels like it. She sniffled loudly and wiped at her eye, but you could tell it was just a bit. You tilted your head. Even though you knew Elizabeth liked guys, it was hard to imagine her with a boyfriend or husband. She only seemed invested in hanging out with her group of friends, not chasing after boys. Mom must agree with you because she shook her head.
No.
Let's not exaggerate, she's still practically a child. But if you ever do pursue romance, Elizabeth, you can come talk to me about it. Definitely, we're always willing to lend an ear. Elizabeth's features contorted in disgust.
No.
I am not talking to my moms about that. Mom's jaw dropped, and she gasped in an exaggerated display of shock. Her hand came up to rest against her chest. Ma only grinned. She didn't look offended by Elizabeth's quick response at all. It really wouldn't be so bad to come to us. I know what it's like to have had a crush on a pretty boy or two. I don't, but I can listen anyway. Ma snorted at her own joke, while Ma burst into giggles. They were having a little too much fun at Elizabeth's expense. Elizabeth certainly wasn't feeling the amusement because she rolled her eyes and sat up.
Thanks.
We promised to definitely embarrass you in front of your crush. Just look at Cove, right? I'm going back to my room. I would rather melt alone, thanks. I love that she's just so 15. She strode off toward the staircase, taking the steps 2 at a time. Your mom stared after her, then turned to each other with raised eyebrows. Whoops, looks like we scared her off with all that romance talk. Oh well, we'll get her next time. You watched them titter with some surprise. Obviously, your moms liked women, but you had no idea that Ma liked guys too. Today was the first time you had heard her say something like that. Wait, you've had crushes on guys since when? Ma turned to you, happy to bring you into things now that you'd spoken up. She smiled and nodded. Always, I like both. But I like your mom most out of everyone. She's special. Oh, that's so cute. Ma's smile turned all soft in the corners, like it usually did when she looked at her. She pinched Mom's cheek lightly. Mom reached up to cup a hand over Ma's. Even when Ma stopped pulling on her cheek, their hands remained clasped together.
You're fantastic.
Thanks, Lonnie. I think most women have charm, but no one can hold a candle to you.
Aww.
Pamela. Ma beamed, then kissed Mom on the cheek that she'd been pinching before. You cringed. Parents were embarrassing. You slouched down as if that would hide you from sight. Why were parents like that? Ma looked back at you, letting Mom's hand go with a brief squeeze. She settled down next to you, and Mom followed soon after. You know, I'm also here to listen to you whenever you're ready. That offer isn't just for Elizabeth. In fact, I think that talk might be needed sooner for you. After all, you already have someone, isn't that right? Ma shook her head and elbowed Ma, but it was futile. Meddler. Yeah, that's true. Ma giggled and smiled, no doubt pleased that you admitted it so readily. There's no rush, of course. You can take all the time you need to figure out what or who you want.
It's okay.
Don't think you have to stick with whatever you come up with right now, either. Life's nice like that. It can change, and you can learn. Mom nodded her agreement. The two of us are happy to hear you out, and we may be able to relate better than you think. Still, we won't push the topic, at least most of the time. She gave Ma the weakest, scathing look possible while being unable to stop grinning. Thanks. I'll think about it.
Wonderful.
That's all we asked for. Mom let out another exaggerated sniffle. It didn't take a genius to realize it was fake. First Elizabeth, and now you, Kate? Do you have to grow up? Yes, children do tend to do that from time to time. Your parents quickly grew absorbed in their conversation about rearing kids. You took that as your cue to leave, getting up so you could spend some time alone in your room, too. They let you go without a problem, so you made your way up the stairs. You let out a sigh once you stepped into your room. It was just sweltering in there as it was in the living room, possibly even a little warmer. You couldn't even open your window since it was hotter outside and you just left the AC out. You dragged your feet as you crossed the room. You checked your current sweltering condition in the mirror as you passed it. You thought back to the conversation you'd had downstairs about growing up and all that. After a moment, you stepped a bit closer to the mirror. You stared into it, then turned away from the surface to look down at yourself. You were definitely growing, all right. It was weird thinking about how you were now in comparison to what you'd been when you were younger. When it came to your body, it... At that age, I was pretty scrawny. I grew faster than I could eat, it seemed like. You shifted to the side, your head still facing forward and continuing the self-evaluation from this viewpoint. Inclusivity. At birth, you were assigned female and... already had noticeable boobs. There's no mistaking it, even with your shirt helping to obscure your form. You had boobs now. You took a step backwards, finished with your impromptu inspection. You locked eyes with your reflection, cocking your head to the side. All things considered, I was pretty self-conscious. It took you a moment to realize that you were frowning at yourself. You glanced away from the mirror. You shook your head roughly, putting thoughts of what you were turning into out of your mind. This wasn't the time to focus on such things. You had to find something to do in this heat. You shuffled over to your bed, collapsing onto the mattress, your brows scrunched up in thought. Time passed slowly, and to your annoyance, possible ideas about what to do were few and far between. You weren't sure how long it had been, but eventually you heard your mom call you from downstairs. Kate, there's a call for you. Cope wants to come over. Is that all right? You perked up at the words, sitting up in bed. You yelled back to her immediately. Yeah! You got to your feet and headed downstairs, eager to see your friend. You needed to go downstairs soon anyway because your empty stomach told you it was almost time for lunch. Just as you reached the bottom of the stairs, you saw Mom put the phone back on the receiver. She glanced at Ma, leaning her hip against the kitchen counter.
Pickle.
Well, here comes trouble. We better prepare ourselves. Ma clicked her tongue in clear disapproval of Mom's words. He's such a good boy. Cove never wants to cause trouble. He can just be a little thoughtless and impulsive. Oh, I know. He's very sweet, but that's what makes it more of a problem. If a stranger or some kid from school was egging Kate on to behave badly, I think we could both agree she'd do the right thing in the end. But if Cove Holden got into a reckless mood and wanted Kate to be a part of the ride, can we really be certain of what call she would make then?
Yes.
I think so. Kate helps Cove settle down. He would have gotten himself into even more trouble without her. Remember how he got the cast? He went jet skiing when he wasn't allowed to?
Thanks.
You have a point. Ma just laughed. As she turned away, still snorting, her eyes met yours. She blinked in surprise, then waved at you with an easy grin. Mom looked over, noticing you at the foot of the stairs as well. Oh, I didn't expect you to come down already, Kate. I just wanted to let you know what was happening. Called Mom out. Well, if I hadn't come now, then I wouldn't have heard everything you said. You got caught, Pam.
What?
You were saying things too. I didn't say anything I wouldn't have told to Kate directly. Oh, you're unbelievable. You shook your head with your parents, even as you fought a blush and you remembered what they'd just been discussing. All right, you got me. I'm sorry for being gossipy and saying that about your friend. I can be bad too.
Let's go.
We'll get out of your way now. Mom sighed in mock defeat and made her way down the hall. Ma followed after her with a hushed giggle. Now you were alone in the living room, tasked with waiting for Cove. And that was just fine with you. If it hadn't been so hot outside, you would have visited him at his house a long time ago. You took a seat at the kitchen counter and settled in for the wait. As expected, there was a knock on the door a few minutes later. When you got up and answered it, your neighbor was standing on the other side. He came in once you stepped aside to let him pass, giving a little wave. You greeted him as you typically did. With a wave, a low five, a nudge to the shoulder, a noogie, or a hug. A noogie. I don't know. I don't know. They wanted to give you options. Some people are like, you know, oh, you tease the person that you like at that age. So I guess they're trying to be, you know, inclusive of that. I'm just gonna give a wave. You waved back, closing the door behind him with your free hand. Cove sighed and wiped his face a bit. You noticed the sheen of sweat across his brow. He must be glad to be back in an air-conditioned place, even if he only had to walk across the street to get there. So what's with the sudden visit? I don't want to do anything, not when it's like this. He gestured vaguely to the humid air hanging around. I thought I could at least do nothing with you. It's so cute! I thought that was really sweet! His words were nice and expressed real fondness for you, in a strange sort of way, which was usually the case with Cove. I don't feel like that's strange at all. Why is that strange? Have you had lunch yet? I was going to do it soon. He shook his head. I haven't really felt like eating because of the heat. I probably should have lunch. I didn't have breakfast this morning. You didn't eat at all? You've got to have something now. You urged Cove in the direction of the kitchen. He stumbled after you. Okay. As one, you headed into the kitchen. You crossed your arms as you glanced around, wondering what you should scrounge up for a meal. I don't want to eat anything that's warmed up. Is there something cold or not cooked? Yeah. After a bit of back and forth, the two of you concluded you should raid the fridge and cabinet in order to make sandwiches. With that settled, you had planned to decide on the outside layers first. There was a wide variety to choose from since everyone in your house had their own favorites. There was white bread, wheat bread, sourdough, mixed grains, gluten-free bread, and pita pockets. Could you take the grain one for me? Sure. You reached for the mixed grains, then made your decision. Ooh, dance. This is more bread. Those with lettuce wrap, though. You went to the fridge to get a lettuce wrap, too, setting both items on the counter. Then you had to decide what the main direction the sandwich would go in. Interesting. So, on my first playthrough, I did wheat bread, and it allowed me to do sweet or savory. But since I picked lettuce wrap, only a truly savory style of sandwich is available. Something savory would make it feel like a real meal. As for the specific ingredients, whoa! Lettuce on lettuce! We'll do turkey slices. Ooh, give me that pepper jack. Give me that pepper jack. Give me those pickles. The true lettuce wrap. Lettuce all the way to do. I'm lettuce. Lettuce. Let's do it. I think that's good. Move on to condiments. For the finishing touch, I intended to top my sandwich with I think mustard would probably be the best on that. And that was everything. No option for more lettuce, right? You nodded to yourself with a quiet hum, satisfied. The two of you bustled around the kitchen, opening and closing things in order to collect everything you needed for your individual sandwiches. You focused intently on assembling your own for the most part. When you were close to being done, though, you glanced over your neighbor. Cove was putting his sandwich together delicately, his brow furrowed and his tongue sticking out just barely. There was open jars of peanut butter and honey near his plate, as well as a banana peel. So he was making a peanut butter, banana, and honey sandwich on mixed grain bread. Sounds great if sweet. Maybe you'd have one for yourself a different time. Curiosity satiated, you turned back to your plate and finished your own creation. By the time you were done, Cove had already cleaned up his workstation. He turned to face you, studying your sandwich briefly. A small smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. You guessed it didn't look inedible to him, at least. Done? Yeah. He waited as you quickly returned the ingredients and cleaned a few utensils, and then the two of you collected your respective plates. You both agreed on heading upstairs to hang out in your room. You and Cove entered your bedroom while balancing your food on plates. Nothing fell, so it was a successful trip. Cove took a seat on the ground, stretching out on the hardwood floor in an attempt to keep a bit cooler. Oh, the space bar also works. I'm gonna give my right hand a break. It's so cold. He immediately took a big bite of his sandwich, chewed, then hummed happily. This sandwich is really good. At least that's something. At this point, you sat down and started your own sandwich. I was enjoying mine, too. Obviously, you were a pro at making sandwiches. He leaned back on his hands while chewing and glanced around. His every movement was sluggish. Want to do something? It seemed the plan of not doing anything at all had already worn thin, despite his lack of enthusiasm. Yeah, said rolled back, looking up at the ceiling. What about Hangman? Laughed at the suggestion, but went along with it. You put your plate to the side and pulled out some markers and scrap paper. As you laid everything on the floor, he scooted back to make more room in front of you. Should go to school to become a sandwich artist, right? Subway Community College, right? Would you be willing to teach sandwich law for us? I'm sure it's similar to regular law. By the way, if you haven't watched Community, you have no excuse. It's on Netflix and Hulu, and it's amazing. So, I discovered it in 2020. I missed it when it first aired, because I was a huge Glee fan at the time, and I think they ran at the same time. But, yeah, you forgot about that happening in the later seasons. Yeah, I've watched the show twice through, I think. And I got the DVD because it was really cheap for the complete series. It was like $25. And now I'm going through the commentary, and I'm in season 2. You never finished? Season 6 is pretty good. There's only one more season, and it's really short, because it was the one that was on Yahoo Screen, or whatever. Because Yahoo tried to do a streaming service for a very short period of time. Yeah, I actually really like the 6th season. It brings things to a close a lot better than I think season 5 does. Yeah, anyway. Community tangent. Cove picked up one of the markers with his right hand while keeping a half slice of sandwich in his left. Can I pick the phrase? Okay, I wanted to guess first anyway. He smiled briefly before he bent over the paper and began sketching out the hangman frame. Then he stopped, pursing his lips in thought. He tapped the end of his marker against his cheek. You watched silently as Cove looked down at the paper, up at your face, and then off to the side in a loop. His marker kept tapping his cheek the entire time. You raised an eyebrow. He'd suggested the game and wanted to pick the phrase, but he looked like he didn't actually have anything in mind for it. Finally, he put empty lines on the paper to signify spots for letters. All right, you can start guessing. You peered over. His secret phrase consisted of 3 words. The first 2 had 3 letters, and the last had 4. You thought hard about what your first guess would be. Guys, we're playing a minigame. It's a game inside of the game. Let's do it. You always pick E first. Got one. After the first round, you were about to take another bite of your sandwich when a thought occurred to you. Apparently. I wonder if anyone turned off the TV downstairs. The TV, it was on earlier, but no one was really watching. Then everyone started leaving the room. I know I didn't turn it off. It might still be on downstairs with no one there. Cove smiled crookedly at that. Poor show, playing with no one around to poor show, playing with no one around to enjoy it? What was it? You squinted off into the middle distance, trying to recall the show's name. I feel like it was some kind of crime-solving drama? That really doesn't narrow it down. Cove nodded sleepily, his eyes closed, then opened again with some effort. Can you give any specifics? Maybe I can guess it. Well, you rested your chin on your open palm, groggily thinking as hard as you could. I remember there was a woman with long, blonde hair, I think. She was the one solving crimes, like, as a detective or something. There were scenes in a police station because someone got arrested. Let's play Hangman to guess the title of the show, right? You lapsed into silence, the both of you thoughtful. Then Cove chuckled. It wasn't that funny, but you joined in the laughter anyway. I don't know what that is. Me neither, and I just saw it. Oh, okay. We're guessing again. S. No, sorry. I'm going to start adding the little person. Another round came and went, and Cove grumbled as he readjusted himself. His features were twisted in a grimace. I feel so sticky. Ugh, I'm going to be stuck on this floor forever now. Looks like we'll both be stuck here forever then. I'm sticky too. Even when we're gray and old, we'll still be right here. Yeah, we have to accept our fate. You giggled under your breath at such a bizarre scenario. Cove cracked a smile as well. Then you returned to the game. Good guess. Cove spoke up once more, catching your attention. He was peering down at the piece of paper between you, his expression thoughtful. You know, Hangman is kind of a creepy game. Why did people come up with it? Why did they play it? Maybe it's what they had instead of real court trials back then. I'm gonna make the joke. Cove raised a skeptical brow. You bit back a laugh and feigned seriousness. If you got it right, then you were innocent and they let you go. But if you got it wrong, they killed you. He shuddered at your eerie explanation. Oh, before rejecting it outright. That's terrible and not real. You chuckled to yourself and then went back to the creepy game. I think it was invented by kids who were too hot to move before the internet existed. Yeah, sounds correct. This takes place in the past. I mean, the internet existed, but I don't think it was super... Well, yeah. I was hoping to get more letters with that. By this point, Cove had finished his sandwich, Yours was almost done. Well, yours was almost gone too, but by now you were getting thirsty. You brought it up to your neighbor. Should we go downstairs to get some drinks? I was thinking that too, but I don't really want to get up. Me neither. You looked over at him, narrowing your eyes with false suspicion. But hey, what happened to you not being able to get up ever again because you were stuck to the floor? That's still true. I mean, we're not actually going, are we? I only thought about it. You rolled your eyes and dropped the issue, defeated. Cove grinned a little at your disappointment over his victory. Let's see. RSTLNE. It's another one. Wheel of Fortune. Oh, we're still guessing. RSTL. Ooh, that's a point for him. N. That would be funny. Well, no, it can't. It can't, because I have the A here. There's no A here, so it can't. But let's try you. I think you're right. It's you are something. You're really close. Yeah? Oh, no! Oh, no! You are cute. That was the phrase that COVID spent so long. This game, it's too adorable. It hurts my face. And then they kiss. Maybe. I mean, they're only 13. You are cute. That was the phrase that COVID spent so long settling on. You stared at it. A few correct letters in, you had a feeling you knew what the phrase was. Still, you felt butterflies in your stomach, seeing it, clear as day, on the paper. You took the words for a moment longer, then you looked up at Cove. He had trouble meeting your shocked gaze, a smile settling awkwardly on his lips. His next words left him in a mumble.
I mean...
It was all I could think of at the time. It's what you say when you watch Hallmark romances with your family, and the leads are being very cute together. Then they kiss. Oh, dude. My mom watches Hallmark movies. I do not like them. For some reason, they make me feel rage. I have, like, the opposite reaction that you're supposed to have. And I don't know what's wrong with me, why I have that reaction. I'm just like, oh, this isn't real. Stop selling people this. Maybe? Yeah, maybe it's because they're too unrealistic. I'm actually not totally sure where it comes from. I also tend to... I predict shows fairly often, and Hallmark shows are just, like, so predictable. Most of them. I did watch one on Netflix, though, which, I mean, I know isn't Hallmark, but it's the same sort of genre. I did watch one on Netflix that was pretty good. It was Operation Christmas Drop. And I liked it because the focus wasn't so heavy on the romance part, and I felt like the romance was portrayed realistically. But it was still like the Christmas movie with that sort of budget. You predict the whole movie in the first 15 minutes, but you love them anyway. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, how am I going to react to his confession? It was all he was able to think of at the time. Ooh, I can wrap my arms around him. I don't know if I'm ready for that yet. I'm going to give him a playful shove. He leaned over and gave him a slight shove, a puff of laughter leaving you. I have predicted plots of things since you were a kid, but you have always felt strongly the quality of the thing is measured by how well it is done, like how well it's told. Yeah. Dude, now I'm just thinking about WandaVision again. Because I just watched that again 2 days ago, the new episode. And it's like, yeah, I did know that twist was coming, or at least I very strongly figured it, particularly after the previous episode, but it was still very well done. And that's about as specific as I will get about that, because there might be some people who haven't seen it. Though it's hard to imagine anybody who has Disney Plus hasn't, like, just immediately watched it when it came out. Apparently Disney Plus crashed again on, like, Friday morning. I didn't get to watch it until, like, the evening. You leaned over and gave him a slight shove, a puff of laughter leaving you. Damn, Cove! I say, no, you're cute. Cove smiled a bit more, clearly still feeling awkward about the move he had pulled. He turned away from you, his cheeks tinted pink. A moment passed between the two of you. Now would be the perfect time to change the subject, but you didn't. He didn't either. You look forward to seeing what happens next? In WandaVision or this? Or both? Things started feeling a bit more personal all of a sudden. You looked into Cove's ocean eyes and saw yourself staring back. I really think you're cute, seriously. Cove's features softened at your words, but he remained serious. Thanks. I meant it too. Finally, he broke the eye contact. I've heard at some point you're supposed to start liking types of people, guys, girls, or whatever.
I don't know.
I haven't really noticed that yet. Nothing's changed, not in a big way. Not for everybody. Maybe I have to grow up more, but at least with... You waited, but he trailed off. He wasn't going to keep talking. So he only likes me. You pouted. You wanted him to finish his thought. At least what? You shook off the strangeness of the situation and tried to be supportive. Maybe you just don't like anybody, or maybe you like all types of people. That's normal too. Cove seemed to appreciate that thought, if the smile that appeared on his lips was any indication. But the expression was quick to disappear. He peered over at you, looking nervous. Okay, what about you? What kind of guy or person do you like? He winced, and seemed to mentally be kicking himself for saying it like that. He considered his question carefully. Did you know who or what you liked? One of these options should definitely be just Cove. Well, I think that's the bottom option. I'm just gonna pick the bottom option. But specifically, when it came to how you felt toward boys... and how you felt toward girls, I actually just realized that these choices probably don't matter, because Ma was even saying earlier that you can change your mind as you get older about things. For people who aren't exclusively male or female, you returned your attention to Cove. He was waiting patiently for your response. Dude, I'ma be open. He listened intently, taking in every word as you tried to convey how you felt. He definitely perked up a bit when you mentioned having some interest in romantic relationships. Then he scratched the back of his head, sheepish. I'm not really sure how we ended up talking about all this when we started out just playing Hangman, but it was good, I think. I think so too. Cove chuckled a little bashfully. He glanced around, clearly scrambling for something else to say. So, have you seen any movies recently? Let's just move on. Oh yeah, I can't believe I almost forgot to tell you. Conversation took a lighter turn after that, and it felt like you got closer that afternoon. Aww. Finally, the blazing sun began to set. To your relief, the air cooled down a bit as a result. You pulled yourself off the floor, as did Cove, with some minor complaint. You both stretched your arms, groaning, and yawned into your hands. You glanced out the window briefly, taking in the soft reds, pinks, and purples of the late afternoon sky. Somehow, you had made it through the scorching hot day in one piece. Cove turned towards you, motioning towards your window with his chin. Want to go outside? It might be better out there than it is in here now. Let's do it! Sick and tired of being cooped up inside all day. Two of you took your time heading downstairs. You stopped briefly to grab a drink of water, then continued on your way. You stepped outside, one after the other, your destination being the familiar hills behind your house. This time of day, it was quiet outside. The flowers blew gently in the wind, petals trembling but stubbornly hanging in there. You felt the breeze cool your heated skin, and you relaxed your shoulders. Cove closed his eyes, releasing a deep breath. I really love it out here. Your opinion sure has changed since you were first on this hill. Cove chuckled, not even attempting to deny your words. A beat passed, but his gaze didn't stray from your own. His voice was impossibly soft when he spoke up again. I'm glad I met you, Kate. You're really important to me, you know. You're special to me. Your voice came out equally delicate. From the way his features brightened, though you knew he heard you. Then Cove reached over and held your hand without another word. Even as the sun disappeared completely and the sky darkened, you and Cove remained side by side for as long as you possibly could. Oh, it's so cute. Oh. The cute overload. The overload of cuteness. The feels. We're gonna save. Yes. We might make it through part 2 yet. The sun warmed your skin from its place in the sky, and you closed your eyes, enjoying the mix of heat with the pleasant breeze that drifted past you. Can we just take a moment also to appreciate the art? It's gorgeous. Look at this. I'd want to live here. You and Lee had spread out a blanket on top of one of the hills behind your house and had been relaxing there for a while now. Lee is my cousin. Lee had come over earlier in the day, and while a range of activities had been discussed, from staying home to heading down to the beach, a picnic on the hill had been the choice you'd both settled on. A small spread was laid out in front of you, some bottled water, soft drinks, as well as chips and sliced fruit. You sat up and reached for a snack, listening to Lee talk about the musical she had gone to see a few days ago. It was unbelievable. There was singing, dancing, crazy stunts, and it was all done live right in front of my face. Maybe one day we could go together. I gotta see more shows like that. You smiled at Lee's enthusiasm, knowing how much she enjoyed singing and performing. And she was good at it too. You had gotten the chance to hear her sing a couple of tunes, and you knew she put a lot of effort into it. I also like to sing and had talent of my own. It was nice the two of you could share that interest. I wonder if maybe we could put on our own show. Think of how fun it'd be. We could perform for our parents and ask our friends and some other people to come and watch it too. It would totally work. Let's do it! You had actually thought about doing something like that before, but never had the chance to. Lee clapped in excitement and bounced off on the balls of her feet, beyond happy that you were on board with her idea. I'm gonna sing. Do you want to too, or maybe do something else? I'll write the song. Ooh, I hope it's something dramatic. Now how about fun? Fun is better. What about both? Leah's face lit up at the idea, and she gave you a broad smile. That sounds perfect. Is there anything else that's coming to your head? One more thing. I'll sing too. Cool, we'll perform an incredible duet. Anything else that come to your head? That's all. Two of you ran back to your house to grab the supplies you needed, dodging your mom's amused questions before heading back out to the blanket to get started. You laid down on the blanket together, your MP3 player in hand, and the two of you swiped through songs to choose one you both liked. Wait, I thought I was writing a song. Lee and you discussed the plans in detail, settling on a song first and then practicing out parts for the show. Whatever. Maybe they weren't ready for me to pick a songwriting. I used to write songs though when I was that age. The afternoon passed quickly and the sun dropping lower and lower in the sky, and after having thoroughly worked out how the show was going to go, you decided to take a break. Oh, ...
Oh.
You know, we should have invited Cove to watch us practice our show. He could tell us if it's bad before we put on the real thing. That's smart. We should ask him to watch us later. Okay. It's too bad Derek isn't in the neighborhood today. I like him. He's a good person. I knew you'd think so. But speaking of boys we like, what's the relationship status between you and Cove? Is it good? Yeah, it's good. I'm so happy for you. But like, are you gonna be telling him you have a crush on him anytime soon, or what? I'm pretty sure he already knows. Pretty sure isn't sure, you should declare it to him. You mumbled something incoherent, and she gave you a pointed look. You know he has a crush on you too. It's obvious for him. It's obvious for you. Why not just do it? I said he was cute, okay? Yeah, like, I feel like he should know, but whatever. He didn't say anything, wondering about the possibilities instead. The two of you talked a little more about Cove, amongst other topics, and you found that it was nice having someone to speak with about these sorts of things. Finally, you both decided to pack everything up and head back home for the evening. Lee talked excitedly about the show as you did, and you thought back on what you had already accomplished for it. You could definitely do a little more practice, but what you had so far was a solid foundation for the performance. Upon walking through the front door, you were met by your moms and Elizabeth hovering around each other in the living room. Tension hung thick in the air as the three of them turned to you and Lee, frowning slightly. You had interrupted something. Exactly what, you weren't sure. Wow, who died? What's going on? Your moms looked at each other, wondering which one of them was going to speak first. Eventually, Mom cleared her throat and spoke.
Oh.
We were just having a talk with your sister. The room fell quiet again, with no one knowing what to say. You felt incredibly awkward, but the silence didn't last long. You don't have to stop just because these two are here. There's no reason to try keeping it a secret. Elizabeth was mad, with her arms folded defensively over her chest, but your mom's nodded in agreement with her.
Well,
Elizabeth was asking about her parents. Oh, her biological ones. So we are adopted. The world spun around you at the news. You couldn't understand. Why was this happening now? When you glanced at Lee, she shuffled her feet uncomfortably, as though she didn't know if she should be there or not anymore. You didn't know either. Your moms had always been open and honest about the fact that neither of them had given birth to you or your sister, but the details hadn't been fully explained before. Yeah, I kind of figured that we had to be adopted just because, you know, when making your character model, you could pick any race, and so, like, yeah. It made sense that Elizabeth didn't know a lot about her biological parents and wanted to know more. You just hadn't ever thought you'd accidentally stumble into it. Elizabeth looked at your parents expectantly. She wasn't going to let the unintentional interruption derail things. We don't want to keep that information from either of you. It's your right to know your past, but we did want to wait until you asked us to hear yourselves. Well, it's happening now, so... Your mom shared a nervous glance, and Ma took in a quick breath before speaking again. I adopted you from the Philippines when you were just a baby. Elizabeth dropped her arms, her eyebrows shooting upward in surprise. Wait, I wasn't born here?
no.
No, you weren't. You could clearly see that your sister was appalled by this information. You struggled even more with what to do or how to react. Am I going to have to pass some tests to even be a citizen?
No.
You were adopted into the country. We took care of things. You're already a citizen. You have nothing to worry about. I followed all the laws when it came to bringing a child into the U.S. Nothing can be held against you. Elizabeth sighed, placated with the information, but still far from happy. Who were my parents, as people? Why did they put me up for adoption in the first place? Ma softly put her hands over Elizabeth's shoulder, trying to provide some support before she gave the answer.
I'm so sorry.
Your parents were reported to have died. They didn't go into details on specifics of how, but you were an orphan. I wish we had better news for you, Elizabeth. Elizabeth was torn between emotions, her eyes filled with tears as she threw her hands in the air, settling on enraged. Great, so I can never meet them even if I wanted to. Not that I could have anyway, since they lived in another part of the world where they were still alive. Teenager! Elizabeth turned her back on you and your moms and stormed off, sprinting up the stairs and to her room before anyone could stop her. I have to go and talk to her. Ma immediately started to follow, but Mom gently held her by the arm and shook her head. We should give her a little space to process it all. Your ma's head hung low, but she stopped walking. With Elizabeth now gone, the two of them seemed to remember you and Lee were still standing awkwardly off to the side. This story took a turn! We were just planning a show and gonna put on a concert, and then it's like, your real biological parents are dead. I'm sorry you had to see all that. It's not how I expected it would have happened when the time came. But since it's the topic of the day, Kate, is there anything you would like to ask? You deserve to know, after all. Lee patted your back and gave you a supportive look. I want to know. Your parents both nodded in sync to your reply, ready to talk. I can leave if you want to have things be private. Guess we have a subject for our musical, I guess? I want you to be here. I can do that. Lee shifted a little closer to you in support, and you were glad to have her there with you. Made you feel a little stronger somehow. You turned to face your parents again, preparing yourself for what they were about to tell you. Ma was the first to speak, her voice quivering with emotion. You were adopted as a baby, but 2 years after Elizabeth. We used a different organization that time, and you were adopted within the U.S. We're sorry to tell you, Kate, your parents had also passed away, and no other family member took you in if there were any. So, they adopted me 2 years after Elizabeth. We're 2 years apart, so I was probably still an infant. That's why we wanted to wait until you asked. We didn't want to suddenly drop that in your lap. We wanted you to be prepared. We're sorry, Kate. Lee gave you a reassuring squeeze on the arm to show that she was there for you. It's not your fault. You didn't kill him, right? Thank you for telling me. I did want to know, and now I do. Thank you for listening, Kate. If there's anything else you want to know, all you have to do is ask. We'll do our best to answer any questions you have.
Okay?
How are you feeling now? Are you going to be okay? Lee watched you closely, as though judging how exactly she should react to what's going on. Started to cry. Lump formed in your throat just as warm tears started falling over your cheeks. You wiped them away with the back of your hand, sniffling quietly. No one seemed to have any words after that. Boy, oh boy, this became heavy very quickly. I'm trying to think. Who do I want to see? I don't want to see Elizabeth. We're dealing with the same thing. She can't help me. Kind of want to see Cove. More than anything, in that moment, you wanted to see Cove. No one could be there for you the way he could. You turned on heel without another word and headed toward the front door. Lee's footsteps echoed from behind, and you knew she was following you. Can you stay, Lee? I want to go by myself.
Oh.
I'll wait for you here, but I really hope you'll be alright, Kate. Once outside, you strode across the street purposefully, Cove's house set in your sights. After you raised a hand to knock on the door, it only took a few moments for Mr. Holder to answer it, giving you a broad smile. Cliff's face fell suddenly. He could tell something was wrong, but he didn't say anything else. Instead, he looked back toward the hallway, where you knew Cove's room was located. Cove, Kate is here. After calling for his son, he turned back to you with an encouraging thumbs up. He won't be long. As promised, it didn't take long before footsteps echoed down the hall, and Cove's head of green hair appeared before you all. He looked ahead to see you standing there, and when his eyes widened, you guessed he noticed you had been crying. Kate? Cove pushed past his dad to stand with you outside the door, watching you with concern etched all over his face. You kids be safe. If you need anything, you know where to find me. He gave you a kind smile before softly shutting the front door, giving you some privacy. Cove stepped closer still, spoke cautiously. My parents are dead. Needed to talk to you. Cove's forehead furrowed in, concern at your words. Well, I'm here, you can tell me. My mom and dad who gave birth to me, they're dead. Without having to say anything else, Cove reached out and pulled you into a tight embrace, his familiar warmth enveloping you. I'm sorry, Kate. His words were whispered comfortingly into your shoulder. You started to cry. Considering I am almost crying now, you pressed your face into the crook of his neck, unable to stop the tears. The hold he had on you tightened. Can we talk somewhere else? You felt uncomfortable huddling around the entrance of Cove's house. That feeling didn't seem to be a problem, though. Yeah, I feel like this particular story could take very different, like if I had said I want to stay with my mom's, or I want to go talk to Elizabeth. Like, there are very different branches to this particular one. Cove took you by the arm and encouraged you along behind him. You followed without protest. You headed toward the hills, where you and Lee had spent the majority of your day. Things seemed so different then, only a couple hours ago, and you wondered how everything had changed so drastically. You took a seat in the grass beside Cove, who bent his legs and rested his arms on them before he turned to you again. Can you explain everything to me? You nodded softly before taking a heavy breath and launching into the story. Cove sat quietly and listened attentively, nodding every now and then, or taking in a sharp inhale. It took a long time for you to relay the details. Dozens of stars were pinpointed in the sky as the night wore on. Silence settled between you and Cove. Between you, as Cove sat quietly for a moment, contemplating everything you had said. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet, drifting through the night towards you.
I'm so sorry.
Really sorry about what happened to your parents. So sorry. He stopped and suddenly took in a deep, shaky breath, and you got the impression he was struggling with what was right to say. I feel bad that I don't feel worse about it. I never knew them at all. They're strangers, even if they did have me. You're not doing anything wrong, you know that, right? I think you can be as sad as you want for as long as you need, or you can feel okay about it whenever you want to. He sighed and ran a hand through his hair as he looked out over the ocean.
It's okay.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, whatever you feel about it is how you feel about it, and you don't have to force yourself to be different. Cried in relief. His words made a lot of sense. You knew that despite everything you were going through, you would be okay. Even as the tears slowly rolled down your face, that thought comforted you. Cove smiled at you a little, and you could tell he was trying to be comforting. And your moms definitely don't. It doesn't matter if you're not blood related, you're definitely family. I can see that, and I hope you can too. You felt the reassurance in his eyes. You stayed up on the hill together a little longer, looking out over the ocean and the stars that shone brightly above it. After talking about the situation with someone who wasn't directly a part of it, you started to see things in a different light. Above all, you were glad to have Cove's support, and to know you could count on him if you needed it. Hey. The sudden voice of your sister behind you made you jump. You saw her standing a little away. She walked closer, and you didn't quite know what to do or what she was planning on saying.
So?
Would you mind going? I just want to talk to Kate. You can come back. It's not going to be forever or anything. Cove seemed equal parts concerned and skeptical. Leaving now wasn't a concept that thrilled him. Yeah, I want to talk to you too. And then we're on the same page. She made a little move-along gesture with her hands, and it was settled. You waited until the two of you were alone before fixing her with an inquisitive look. Elizabeth folded her arms, looking you over. Did moms tell you about your parents too? My birth parents also died. Elizabeth broke eye contact after that. Why did you want to talk to me? Elizabeth raised an eyebrow at the question, as though the answer should be obvious. I was worried about you. I was the one who brought it up, but I made you deal with whatever was left when I was gone. She's not being a total jerk! She sighed, glancing upwards for a moment before settling on you once more. I wanted to ask you what happened without everyone breathing down our necks. I'm amazed you noticed that was unkind. I'll be nice. Thank you for thinking of me. She's going through a tough time too. She stuck up her nose a little at that, but her smile was soft. All of this, it upset me. She slipped back into a scowl. I'm sorry, Kate. It's a pretty depressing topic. Yeah. You have to be born in the U.S. to become president. What? You... She can't ever be president! You hadn't ever heard of that dream of hers before. She noticed your bafflement and continued. I get I was never going to be president, but it just feels weird having stuff taken away, not even getting a chance at it. I don't like having to know that when I was born, I was going to have a completely different life. So different, I can't even think about what it would look like in my head. I could have spoken another language, lived away from everything I've ever seen here, had someone else as my sibling. And then my parents died, and I was adopted, and the life I got became a totally new thing forever. I can't go back to what it was, even if I wanted to. A heaviness settled between you and the person who became your sister. I feel like that too. Can't stop wondering about what my life would have been like if I wasn't adopted. There are so many things that could have been different. Elizabeth watched you seriously. She was still trying to make sense of this to you and herself. I don't know why today was the day. Nothing came up to make me ask the question. It was just something I've had in my head for a while. When it was just me and Mom's in the living room, I just kind of said it, finally, and there you go. She shifted from one foot to another, relaxing her stance just a bit. She also spoke more gently. Learning about them and what happened doesn't change how I feel about our family, Kate. Dude, what if I had said, I don't want to talk about it right now? Would this whole story have just been cut off? Probably? I feel like our choices are really starting to impact the story a lot more than in stage 1. Learning about them and what happened doesn't change how I feel about our family, Kate. She smirked, fixing me with sharp eyes. I had already figured out a long time ago that moms weren't our biological parents. That wasn't news. I wonder if it would change the relationship with Lizzie to not talk about it. Yeah, probably. Probably. I'm just gonna keep listening to her. Nothing about the family I was first born in would have made me decide that this wasn't my family anymore. If you had hoped you'd be free of my big sisterly status, don't think you're so lucky. She bumped her shoulder against yours playfully, her lips tilted at the corners.
You'll always be my little sister.
I bumped her back. You'll always be my family too. Chuckling, she seemed pleased with how the conversation had gone in the end. Ready to head back home? It's been a long day. Gave her a nod. Come on, you two, let's go. I guess she called Cove back. You walked home together in a comfortable silence down the well-worn street. The familiarity of it all felt nice. When you stepped through the door, you found your moms quietly sitting together at the kitchen table. Their heads snapped up, and they got to their feet to meet you, Ma giving you a careful smile. So I guess Cove headed home too? We're so glad to see you. Sorry for walking away before. That's all right, sweetheart. We're just happy to have you here again. Ma then came over and wrapped her arms around you and Elizabeth, giving you a tight hug. It didn't take long for Mom to join in, putting her arms around the both of you.
Love you.
We really couldn't have asked for better, kiddos. We love you. More than we could ever say. You were smooshing me! You all chuckled, the rumble of laughter shaking you as you continued to hold each other tight. I love you too. They both pulled back eventually and grinned at the two of you, and you knew that you all had each other and you always would. Hey, I hope you're all right. Lee came up towards you, a soft smile plastered on her face. And are you okay, Elizabeth? Elizabeth rolled her eyes and huffed a breath, and you knew she wasn't used to showing her vulnerable side. Lee nodded, though you could tell she didn't quite believe her. Well now, since we're all here, how about we do something together as a family? That sounds like an excellent idea. We should have some fun before the night's over.
Totally.
I love the sound of that. Oh, Cove is still here. Cove went with us. Okay. Cove looked a little bashful, likely over being included as part of the family, but he tried not to pay much attention to it. Oh, a family hangman, right? Yeah, I was surprised that Cove followed us. I thought he would have gone home, but I guess he wants to make sure I'm okay. Why not? You hid the smile that threatened to tilt your lips, knowing that Elizabeth must have been in a good mood if she hadn't even teased Cove for being part of it. And no matter what she could have said about it, you wanted him to be here. He was someone who was really important to you. Who's got a suggestion? It should be something we can do here in the house with everyone in the same room. You suddenly remembered the show you and Lee had been working on earlier. Maybe we can do our show? A show? This is the first time we're hearing of this, and I'm intrigued.
Oh.
It would be amazing if you put it on for us to watch. Oh yeah, I need to see what you've cooked up. That'd be cool. You smiled at Lee, who returned the gesture while bouncing on her heels in excitement. See, I can see that it's possible for Cove to not be here, because his lines are kind of just interjected. Take some seats, and we'll get everything together. Your moms collected the chairs from around the dining table and set them in a row in the living room where there was enough space for the show. While they did that, you and Lee quickly gathered the supplies you needed and rehashed the plan one last time. You went through the song you had written one last time. When the two of you returned to the living room, everyone was sitting and chatting amongst themselves while they waited. The group quieted down when you and Lee stood in front of them on your makeshift stage. Lee was buzzing quietly with excitement beside you. You weren't sure how to feel. You could only wait to see how this was going to go. Okay, so, welcome to our show! We only came up with it today, but we promise it'll be good. No refunds! Laughter rippled through the mini audience. Then you nodded at Lee and you were ready to begin. Lee took in a deep breath, waiting the few beats it took to get into the song, and started singing. Your part of the song joined in just a few moments later, and you smiled at each other as you sang together. It made you proud to have the lyrics you had written sung like this. When the performance was over, Lee took your hand in hers, and the two of you bowed deeply together. Everyone gave a round of applause and cheered for an encore. When you straightened yourself up, you were happy to see that even Elizabeth was clapping for you. Bravo, bravo! You are so talented. Your family rose from their seats and came over to congratulate you more directly. You were beaming from ear to ear. Cove was the first one to approach, stepping up to you and Lee with a smile on his face.
It's nice.
Nice job. Thank you. You're a really great singer, Kate. It was cool. Thanks. Welcome. Hey, were you the one who wrote that song? Yeah, that was me. Cove smiled, content over his guess being correct. I thought so. It was good. You couldn't help but feel flattered that he could recognize your talent so easily. Your parents gushed about how great everything was and thanked you for sharing it with them. Elizabeth was complimentary in her own way, although she did describe the show as cute, which you knew she meant as kind of kiddie. You laughed it off, however, and were just happy that everyone had a nice time. In that moment, you couldn't have been more pleased to be a part of the family you had. Oh, okay. Hopefully that'll be the end of the heaviness. We've got two more moments. Dinner. Sunlight shone through the windows as you sat in your living room, your home phone pressed to your ear. Cove was on the other end. It had been shaping up to be an ordinary day like any other until Cove had called unexpectedly. He sounded unusually nervous greeting you. You listened silently as he kept talking, his words stilted. So, I was just, wondering, do you want to come over to my house for dinner tonight? The question came out strangely, almost like he'd rehearsed it a few times beforehand. Your eyes widened a little. You hadn't expected this to be the reason behind the call. Yeah, I'll go. It was, huh? Oh. It seemed Cove still had more to say, and you just interrupted him. Oops. Cool. Well, he stumbled for a bit, trying to gather his thoughts again. My mom and dad, they really want you to be there if your parents don't have a problem with it. They asked me to ask you. You took a moment to think. Dinner at home would be quiet and uneventful today. If you really wanted to, you could go to Cove's instead. Cove spoke up again, breaking your thought train. His voice was softer than before. Also, I want you to be there too. Can you? Come over, I mean? I'll have to ask my mom to get back to you. Okay, tell me when you can. He sounded noticeably relieved by your response. Was you coming over for dinner today that serious? He spoke to you for a little while longer to explain what time to come over and other details, and then hung up. And that was that, for now anyway. You called Ma right afterward, and she picked up on the third ring. It wasn't a long conversation. When you asked to go to the Holden house for dinner, she was more than happy to give permission for it. No problems there. Ma wasn't one to complain about you spending time with Cove. Cove got a quick call from you afterwards, so he knew for sure that you would attend the dinner. Then you said your goodbyes and went on with the afternoon. Soon enough, the sun dipped out of the sky and evening came. It was time for you to head over to Cove's house. After letting Elizabeth know you were leaving, she didn't look away from the TV, just grunted, you made the small journey across the street. You knocked a couple of times on the heavy door to their condo. It's the first time we're seeing the inside of Cove's house. I think it is. As you waited for an answer, you found yourself contemplating being a guest while both of Cove's parents were there. Yeah, it made you curious. You wondered why they decided to invite you out of the blue. Maybe you'd find out later tonight. You waiting quietly for dinner to come, standing in place, making no activity, like a Skyrim character or something, right? You didn't get too much time with your thoughts, though. The door opened soon enough. Cove's mom, Kira, stood in the frame, smiling warmly at you.
Come on.
Hey, Kate, welcome. Please, come on in. Yeah, it's the first time I'm inside his house. Well, I'm sure it's not the first time I'm inside her house. It's the first time we're seeing the inside of his house. She opened the door wider and moved to make room. You stepped inside, allowing her to shut it behind you. Thanks so much for coming over. I know it was kind of last second. Thank you for having me.
Of course.
Just make yourself at home. It's not my home, but I've been given permission to say that. Hey, Kate, welcome to our humble abode. You jerked your head toward the sound of Mr. Holden's voice. He waved at you briefly from the kitchen, with his back turned and a large spoon in his hand. Hope you're hungry, because I'm whipping up a lot of tasty stuff. True to his word, you heard something sizzling on the stove. You closed your eyes and inhaled. It smelled spicy and savory. With Mr. Holden busy and Cove nowhere to be seen, it was just you and Kira. She gave you a wry smile. He sure is. Well, I've been barred from cooking the entire time I'm staying here. Can you believe that? She nudged you with an elbow. Mr. Holden scoffed good-naturedly, then spoke from over his shoulder. You're on vacation, Kira. You need to accept that already. She yelled back, amusement obvious on her face and in her tone. People still cook while they're on vacation. Everyone's gotta eat. It's not like I'm some celebrity who can go out for every meal or hire a private chef.
Sorry.
Well, in this house, you're a VIP. Kira smiled and shook her head quietly. Then she turned to face you once more.
Well,
Sorry about that, Kate. Here I was trying to strike up conversation with you, and Cliff just had to butt in. I don't butt in. She eyed him, chuckling in disbelief. He wasn't exactly disproving her point with that. Kira leaned over to whisper to you. It's okay. He likes to be included, but since Clifford insisted on cooking all by himself, he'll have to wait. The two of us can chat. Her next question continued to be said in a hushed tone, just to be safe.
so?
How are you doing? Well, I'm good. Kira didn't seem too convinced by your awkward phrasing, but she nodded anyway. She opened her mouth to say something more, but some lightly pounding footsteps caught your attention. You checked to see Cove emerge from the hall a few moments later. He might have heard all the commotion and left his room to see what was going on. He quickly took stock of the situation. His cheeks tinted pink at the sight of you standing in his living room, and his hand came up to rub his arm almost bashfully. Kate, you made it. Thanks for coming. Cove's voice was unnaturally loud, as if he thought you wouldn't be able to hear him from where you were, only a few feet away. Hey, weirdo. And then they kiss, right? Cove frowned at your playful greeting. Weirdo? Yeah, 'cause you're being all weird. He huffed, but he didn't deny it, which meant he knew he was acting off too. It was when you glanced away from Cove that you spotted his parents watching the two of you interact. Cove noticed their stares too, meeting them with narrowed eyes. Are we having dinner now? Not yet, bud. I'm still cooking. All right, I'm gonna go back to my room. As he turned to leave, he bent his head to the side to face you. You coming? The question was quiet, but you heard it clearly. You smiled, pleased that he asked, and nodded the affirmative. Cove turned fully and made his way down the hall. Have fun, you two. We'll call you when food's ready to go. With that, you followed after Cove. The two of you made your way down the hall. We've been friends for years. Going over to Cove's room was a standard occurrence for you nowadays. Cove got to the door first, opening it and stepping inside. You joined him. There was a mat on the floor in front of the door. As you stepped over the threshold into his room, you felt the crunch of sand beneath your feet. The sensation was nothing new to you, of course. Cove constantly came back to his room covered in sand, not bothering to clean himself off at the front door, and got it all over his personal space. That was just how he was. Little bit of a mess. You hadn't heard Mr. Holden ever scold him for it, not like your moms would have if you'd done it. You can sit wherever you want. Cove himself took a seat at the edge of his large bed, looking like the picture of comfort, and left you to decide. Sat next to Cove on his bed. As soon as you sat next to him, Cove grew tense. His back went stiff, and he ducked his head away. He tried to hide a trembling smile.
Oh my god.
He said it under his breath, as if he didn't want you to hear. You obviously did, and easily, since you were right beside him. And then they kiss. I felt very charmed by his reaction. He raised his eyebrows. You both kept noticing the other's every move. You're such a sweet guy. What? Clearly he hadn't expected the compliment. Somehow his flush grew worse, spreading all the way down his neck. He fumbled for words. I'm not. That's... He gripped the blanket underneath him and searched for something to say. Did you see my fish? I've got some in a tank right there. Cove threw both of his hands in front of him to direct your eyes toward his pets. He was trying pretty poorly to change the topic. That much was clear. You decided to show him mercy and allowed it. LOL, smooth, Cove, right? You started to watch the bright fish swim. Hey, we never said he was smooth in his words. He is just apparently athletic. But he's a little socially awkward, it seems like. There were a bunch of them floating to and fro in the open space. They stood out starkly against the green aquarium plants. How long have you had those fish?
Yes.
My dad bought them for me not very long after I moved here. I guess it's been years now. Wow, it's a long time. You peered carefully into the tank. The fish looked to be doing well. He must take good care of them. Most of them were small, but there was one especially big one. What are their names? I don't name them. Well, not really. You lifted an eyebrow at that. He continued the explanation sheepishly. Mostly, I just call them things based on what they look like. Squirt for a small one, tangerine for a really orange one, that sort of thing. I've had a lot of fish, and I'm not that good at coming up with names. Found that relatable. You didn't have any pets, but always had trouble naming your stuffed animals or whatever else. It was such a hard choice. Oh, a couple of them have other types of names. He pointed to a small orangish red fish. It was minding its own business away from the others. My dad named her Dreamcatcher, and that other one's Mark. Mom came up with that one. You could always number the fish, Cove. He could. Cove smiled to himself, his eyes reflecting the glow from the tank. You let other people name your fish?
It's nice.
Yeah, it's nice. He then turned to you, tilting his head to the side. There was a considering look on his face. Do you want to name one? Can I? His smile grew a little at your interest. Sure. There's a few that don't have names right now, the newer ones. You can pick which one you want to name. He pointed at each of the recent acquisitions out to you. The first was the smallest fish in the tank. It was completely orange and zipped all over the place, running laps around the others. The second was slightly bigger and red. Its tail was dotted with black spots, which almost resembled freckles. The last fish was the biggest. Its multicolored scales rippled under the bright light of the tank, and it slowly made its way across the vast expanse. You went with the smallest fish. Cove only nodded at your answer, waiting on you to decide on a suitable name. You watched the fish you chose closely. As you did, a name eventually came to you. I could type in my own answer. I'm gonna name it Zippy. Alright, it's Zippy. With that, his attention moved from you to the tank. He peered fondly at it and its inhabitants. You smiled proudly at Zippy as it swam through the tendrils of the plants, disappearing and then reappearing soon afterward. I named it well. You noticed then that Cove was sitting closer to you than he was before. He must have scooted over at some point during the conversation. This close, your shoulders were almost brushing against each other. Your heartbeat picked up a little at the realization. You know, I'm not allowed to have pets in my house, not even fish. The corners of Cove's lips turned down at that. That doesn't sound fair. It's not like fish would make a mess of your house or anything. You just gotta take care of their tank and feed them and they'll be okay. Right? My moms can be strict over the weirdest things sometimes. They trust Elizabeth and me to go around the neighborhood alone, but they won't let us have a pet? It doesn't make sense. Maybe when you're even older, they'll let you? I don't know. They seem pretty against it. Your current conversation brought to mind a memory from years ago. You launched into it without any warning, earning you a brief confused look from Cove. One time, Elizabeth, came back from playing at the beach and just shut herself in her room. She only came down for food, and then she ran back upstairs straight after. It was kind of weird, and my moms didn't think much of it at first. But that night, Ma went to her room to say goodnight and started screaming. Mom and I ran over to see what happened. Lizzie had this huge lizard in her arms. Cove's eyebrows rose at that, and he leaned forward in interest. A lizard? Where'd that come from? Elizabeth said she saw it half buried in the sand, and she didn't know what it was. Then she pulled it out and got the answers, so she brought it home. She hid the lizard in her room for most of the day because she wanted to keep it. Mom and Ma were not happy. They worried about putting it out during the night, but she was going to have to let it go in the morning. Lizzie was really upset. She did bring it back to the beach eventually, but she wouldn't talk to anyone for days. When she did get over it, it was almost like it never happened. You laughed, thinking back to that time. Elizabeth had always been stubborn, but when she was younger, she forgot grudges quickly. Now it wasn't so easy. Cove had been quiet for most of the story, apart from the reveal of the lizard. He had a thoughtful look on his face. I can't even imagine what it would be like to have a sibling. You gave serious thought to his statement before you told him, "It's a nice idea in general, but my sister is Elizabeth." Maybe if I had someone else as my sibling, I'd like having one more. Cove pursed his lips at the words, considering them quietly for a while. That's interesting. I think your family is cool. He didn't have much else to say, though while on the topic of your family, you considered your relationship with your moms too. Got along with your moms. You had disagreements with them, but at the end of the day, you loved them and they loved you. That was what really mattered. A thought struck you and your attention suddenly settled back on Cove. Yeah, my moms might not let Elizabeth or me have pets and stuff, but at least they never tried to pay someone to be my friend. You grinned at Cove. It had been years since he found out about your first meeting with his dad. It was easy to joke about these days. Cove tossed his head back in an overly dramatic way, sighing heavily. I almost forgot about that. Really? No, not really. I'll never be able to forget that actually happened for the rest of my life. It's going to humiliate me forever. Then I'm sorry, since I'm going to bring it up forever. Maybe I'll offer to pay you $20 so you stop reminding me about it. You barked out a laugh, not expecting Cove to join in on the kidding. A tiny amused smile curled along his lips at your reaction. Time passed, but you didn't really notice. The two of you were busy, making plans for the rest of the summer and chatting about your respective days. Eventually, you heard a muffled holler from a different part of the house. You and Cove raised your heads in unison. It's time for dinner. Cove watched the firmly shut door he had been locked behind for most of the night, but he didn't make a move to get up from the bed. You couldn't see his face, so you didn't know what expression he was wearing. I'm glad you came. Cove peeked back at you from the side. It's been awkward. Really? I couldn't tell. Really? I couldn't tell. You were being sarcastic, of course. It was obvious he felt weird about it around his parents generally, and especially lately. Cove said nothing else and remained sat where he was. Now would be as good a time as any to ask him why his parents so suddenly wanted you to come over. Is there a reason they wanted me to come over tonight? It hasn't been awkward for just me. Sometimes it gets like this when no one else is around, but now you're here. Huh, you hadn't considered that, but it sort of made sense in a way. There was another shout from outside, too muffled to actually know the words, but you could imagine what they were. Let's go. Cove finally got up, lumbering away with his shoulders sagged. You followed after him. Together, the two of you made your way back to the living room. As you expected, Cove's parents were politely waiting for you at the kitchen table, beside the windows overlooking the back of the house. Food had been prepared and set. Mr. Holden beamed as you and Cove took your places. I hope everyone's hungry. I cooked up a feast.
Yeah.
I know I am. Yeah. Cove's mumbled response wasn't nearly as upbeat as theirs. His parents didn't notice, or they pretended not to. Mr. Holden instead looked at you, grinning.
Thanks.
Let's all just take a moment to thank our special guest for being with us here tonight. I'm so glad you were able to make it, Kate, and on such short notice, too. You thank Cove's parents back for inviting you. Thanks for having me over. Well, that's it. Everyone please dig in. You can help yourselves to the food. Upon his encouragement, you look over to the meal spread out in front of you. There's a large garden salad in the center, surrounded by a variety of Mexican dishes. There were a lot of sides and optional sauces to add. Ooh, he's a good... I hope this isn't some sort of secret cult thing. No, I don't think this is the plot of Runaways. I was happy about these options. You love Mexican food. There were so many dishes to choose from. You were practically drooling. Utensils and plates scraped and clinked together as the group began filling their plates. Cliff, can you pass the salsa verde? Of course.
Thanks.
Let me just say, you really outdid yourself tonight. I'm so jealous. Jealous of what? Your cooking's nothing to sneeze at, Kira. Cove's parents made small talk, filling the silence with what seemed to be barely any effort. You joined right in without a thought. I didn't know you could cook.
Huh?
You didn't? Who do you think has been feeding me and Cove all this time? I don't know. Maybe you guys get takeout and stuff. You could afford it, I think. Mr. Holden sputtered, acting grossly offended, but he was grinning good-naturedly. Takeout? If we ate that for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, we wouldn't have made it this long. Cove's mom leaned toward you, and her eyes twinkling merrily. I know it might seem like Cliff is a big goof, but he's got some skills. Hey now, that's less a compliment and more like an
Don't
insult.
worry about that.
If that's how you want to take it, I can't stop you, can I? Such disrespect. And in my own home. Sorry, my friend. Are they flirting? I can't tell. Everything looks great, Dad. As always. Thanks, sport. Glad you think so. Cove smiled. It was genuine, even if it was strained at the corners. Brief silences interspersed the small talk. You piled some food onto your plate, waiting for your turn if someone was serving themselves a dish that you already had your eye on. Once the food had been divided and things settled down, Cove's parents started talking again. Now then. You sat up in your seat when you noticed they were both looking at you.
How's it going?
How's everything been over at your house? Are your moms well? You've been keeping busy this summer? Or maybe you're just trying to take it easy during the break? Surprised, but didn't mind the interest. You hadn't expected so many questions and all at once. Still, what else was there to talk about apart from how summer was going? Told how my moms are doing. Moms are great. Mom took us out for dessert a couple weeks ago, so her project went really well. If that's so, I'll have to congratulate her when I see her. Things were at my house. But good.
Fantastic.
And things I've done this summer. You should know what I've been up to since so much has included your family. Mr. Holden laughed loud and short. You caught him off guard with that one. A fair point. And that was for your question answering. Kira nodded along. You could tell she was actually listening to the words you were saying. She was trying to include you, not humor you. Did you know, Cliff, Kate is really into media? Mr. Holden's face lit up, and he stopped eating so he could lean forward, his arms braced against the table.
Nice work.
Oh, that's right. Very cool. You are at such a young age? That's really impressive. If you keep putting in the time, I'm sure you can do something great. Thanks. Cove's parents were definitely the encouraging type, but you could already tell that much about them. There was a lull in conversation as everyone focused their attention on their respective plates. You noted, not for the first time, that Cove's parents were the ones guiding the conversation. You wondered if you should break the silence this time. Brought up your own topic. I also like other things. Would you like to tell us more? Yeah, absolutely. They looked genuinely eager for you to keep talking, so you did. The rest of the dinner continued just like that, with light conversation as you ate your meals. Eventually, all the dishes on the kitchen table were pretty much gone. Kira set down her fork and rested her arms at her sides, letting loose a satisfied sigh. Her plate was completely empty.
Thanks.
That was delish. Thanks for your culinary creations, Cliff. Mr. Holden was like a flower soaking up the rays of the sun. He beamed, flattered by the praise. Ate until I was satisfied. Taking some time to finish it all, but eventually you cleared your plate. Cove successfully kept his presence to a minimum for the full meal. He was slumped over, even now, toying with his silverware. His parents practically only talked to you. Most attempts to entice him to join the conversation failed. It wasn't typical for him to say so little. He at least tried to participate. You didn't get much time to contemplate Cove's situation because your attention was taken by Mr. Holden pointedly clearing his voice. Not to sound like a broken record, but thanks for coming, Kate. I'm glad we finally had the chance to have you over for a real dinner.
What?
Did I hear that right? This is the first time Kate has ever had dinner here? Why in the world haven't you invited her over sooner? Cove was always the one going over to Kate's house until now. I mean, how was I supposed to reject generous offers of Letter's family to host my kid? Kira shook her head, but the amused smile she was sporting told you that she wasn't actually mad. This guy, honestly. The three of you looked at Cove in unison, his small sound being more than enough to get the focus on him after his silence. By now he had stopped fiddling with his fork.
I mean...
Would it be alright for Kate to stay over, like, for the night? He shot you a side glance then, smiling a little. If you're cool with that. Mr. Holden's shoulders stiffened. He sat up straighter, eyes darting back and forth between you and Cove. His mouth opened, but not a peep came out. You had never seen Cove's dad say no to him before, but this was different than the usual request. It wasn't so simple, and Mr. Holden was lost. Then Cove's mom reached out and took a hold of his shirt collar. She pulled him closer. She glanced at you before leaning in and bringing a hand up in front of their faces. The two adults whispered seriously to each other. Scandalous, right? Cove's eyes opened wider. He leaned forward as if that would help him overhear his parents' conversation. Mr. Holden kept gesturing with his hands, while Kira made sure he didn't get too far away with all his movements. Every now and then, both of them would watch you and Cove out of the corner of their eyes as they're having their little conference. It didn't seem as they were fighting to you. They looked more like some kind of tiny sports team having a private huddle. After a bit, they broke the powwow. They moved back to sit properly in their chairs. You snuck a look at Cove. He stared at them expectantly. You were eager to hear their verdict, too. We, Kira and I, think that should be fine. But... He lifted a finger dramatically. I somehow knew he did, his brow raising as he met Cove's gaze and then your own. We'll have to talk with Kate's parents to make sure that they would be comfortable with it. If they are, we can arrange for a sleepover to happen on a different night when everyone is more prepared. If Kate's folks don't like the idea, there is nothing we can do. I think that's reasonable. He finished the mini speech with a wide shrug using his full arms. He also checked out Kira from the corner of his eye, gave her a crooked smile. She nodded approvingly and grinned back. You thought you saw her give a thumbs up, but her hand was partially blocked by the table. They looked so pleased with themselves over the answer, but they just passed the actual decision on whether or not it was alright to someone else, namely your parents. If this was a sports game, they would have punted the ball away. So we're not going to be the bad guys, we're going to let Kate's parents be the bad guys. Cove hung his head, deflated. He had been hoping you could stay over today, not some hypothetical time in the future. Maybe that's the reason why they're pleased, yeah. Skillfully avoided that one. You could always sneak into my room again. No. Not in front of his parents. Pat him on the back. You didn't say a word. Instead, you reached over and gave him an understanding pat on the back. Though he still appeared upset, the corner of his lips lifted a little in appreciation of your comfort. With that, dinner finally came to an end. Mr. Holden stood up from the table and began collecting empty plates. Cove was asked to help out, which he did with little fuss. Kira tried to lend a hand as well, however, Mr. Holden didn't let her. It seemed she was barred from cleaning as well as cooking. You weren't allowed to chip in either, since you were there as the declared guest of honor. Although the meal was over, the night wasn't. It looked like you weren't going home just yet after all. You were asked to wait on the couch. While Cove and his dad were cleaning up the mess, Kira disappeared down the hall after shooting you a wink. It was a bit strange sitting by yourself while everyone else had something else to do. Luckily, you weren't alone for too long. After a couple of minutes, Cove's mom returned with a deck of cards in hand. She strolled into the room confidently while shuffling. So, who's up for a few rounds? Cove and his dad looked over their shoulders at the question. They were mutually intrigued by the cards in her hands. She beamed at their expressions and stepped further into the living room. Ignoring the couches, she sat cross-legged on the floor by the coffee table. She turned to you and gestured at the space beside her, smiling invitingly. You accepted and followed her lead. The living room carpet was soft, though the hardwood floor underneath could definitely still be felt. Kira did an overhand shuffle while she waited for the others to finish their tasks. The smile had yet to leave her lips.
Great!
This is gonna be good. I'm excited. Love cards. You enjoyed card games. It'd be fun to play with Cove and his parents. Didn't take much longer for Cove and his dad to wrap things enough to call it good. Cove's dad appeared first, followed closely behind by Cove. Mr. Holden rubbed his hands together in anticipation. All right, I'm ready. As he took a seat across from you on the floor, you noticed Cove hadn't joined him. He went straight down the hall instead, without even a word. You stared on confused as he disappeared through his bedroom door. Cove's parents didn't look concerned at the stunt. Kira nonchalantly split the deck of cards into two, riffled the halves together while offering an explanation of sorts. Cove doesn't keep his wallet with him when he's at home. He puts it away. What? Cove quickly returned to the living room, a black wallet in his hand. He took a place at the foot of the table with the rest of you. Oh, are we gambling? You blinked as Cove unzipped his wallet. You guys use real money, even when you're only playing card games with each other? While you sat there, your hands idle in your lap, the three of you shot looks at one another and sized each other up. That's right, $5 per round per person. Winner takes all. Go big or go home! Oh, are you planning on kicking Kate to the curb, or do you intend on donating to the guest of honor's pot, Mr. High Roller? Are they trying to fleece you? That's why they invited you here? I don't know. Mr. Holden narrowed his eyes and leaned back against the side of the couch, completely at ease.
No worries.
If Kate wants to play, I'll fund her way in. Don't you worry about that. He rested an arm across the top of a knee that he propped up. Cove's dad was acting slick in a way you'd never seen before. You appreciated his offer. Thanks, Mr. Holden. His tone and stance instantly became more familiarly friendly when he started directing his words toward you. No problem, you can count on me. You can let me pay for Kate. She's my friend. Mr. Holden grinned with a chuckle.
Good kid.
All right, bud, I concede. You're too polite for me. Well, you've got your ticket. Interested in throwing in? You glanced around. This seemed like serious business. In response to your consternation, Kira softened her competitive smile. Don't worry too much. We'll probably do some rounds of Go Fish tonight. Go
Do
Biggie.
you mind?
What do you think? I'll join in. Definitely, I want to play. Mr. Holden gave you a big thumbs up, while Cove nodded firmly back. Decent at Go Fish. Sometimes you won, sometimes you lost. You like to think that you weren't bad at it, though. So they're not even playing poker, they're playing Go Fish, but using money, for some reason. Alright. Fantastic. We'll play for however long everyone wants to keep going, or until people start running out of cash, but are still refusing to quit while they're behind. Speaking for yourself, I see. With a laugh, Kira nudged you using an elbow, then motioned toward the other two with her chin. Don't be fooled by their soft faces. These boys are sharks. In recognition to her words, Mr. Holden smirked, and Cove's eyebrows became more angled. Kira's phrasing made you think back to when you were young, specifically of Mr. Holden's favorite shark pants that he used to wear all the time. Perhaps they had been a fit for him in ways you didn't know of. You could feel tension in the air. Cove and his parents glued their eyes to one another, then all placed $5 bills in an empty space in front of them. Cove dropped an extra one for you, giving you a tiny smile after he did. Once this was done, Kira began dealing out the cards to everybody. It was time to begin. The first round came and went quickly, with the group getting into the groove of things. You won right away, which meant that you had money to keep playing the second round. You're a natural. Nicely done. You better keep those wits about you for the next round, though. As the night went on, so did the games. Mr. Holden would jokingly shake his fist whenever someone other than him got a pair. Kira acted as a news anchor, reporting on every move made by speaking into her cold fist. Cove was still of a few words, but now it was because he was focused on the game instead of being overcome with awkwardness. Most of the time, you even spotted a smile on his lips. You didn't win many of the games, but the others always chipped in for you. In fact, it was always a bit of a fight over who got to be your backer. It became clear that where the money went in the moment didn't really matter. They ended up giving it back to one another in other ways, and not just through more rounds of cards. You sat back, looking over the scene. A tiny smile grew on your face. Cove's family was pretty cool, you thought. You were glad you got this chance to come over to spend time with the three of them. You're almost surprised it's not just high-stakes war, which is essentially a coin flip, yeah. Alright, okay. So I got to know his family a little bit better. Let's go on a road trip. Even though you were awake, The sun had barely peeked its head above the horizon, and the sky above was still dark, though lightening by the minute. Usually you wouldn't be up so early, especially during summer vacation, but today was different. Today, instead of the lazy days you were used to, everything around you was a flurry of activity as both your family and Coves prepared for what lay ahead. Because parked in the street just outside your house was a massive RV camper, so big you couldn't even see Cove's house behind it. His parents had rented the RV for a few days to take him on a short road trip to see the Redwood National Park. That sounds fun. Redwood National Park. I wonder if that means we could figure out where their location is. Because we know they're on the East Coast because they have fireflies. Yeah, I don't know where that's at. You glanced at Cove, who was standing nearby, taking in the scene in front of him. The prospect of the trip had to be a mixed bag for him, but it was only 3 days, so it seemed he was dealing with it as best he could. Especially now that you and your family were joining them. You weren't sure how exactly it happened. You knew your parents and Coves spoke to each other often, and somewhere along the way, plans were made after Cliff offered to share the space. The parents all thought it was a fantastic idea. You had already gotten a good look inside while helping to load everything in, and you had to admit that while it was a really big car, fitting that many people inside was going to be snug.
Let's go.
Are there redwoods in places other than the Pacific Northwest? I thought that in the US they were pretty much just there. I mean, maybe they're driving for 3 days to get across the country? I don't know. It's weird. But we know that they're on the East Coast because they have fireflies. There are no fireflies on the West Coast. They actually stop in the middle of the country. Or maybe they didn't do their research very well. That's also possible. Mom bustled past with a cooler in one hand and a large bottle of water under the other. She was upbeat for this early in the morning. Ma, however, seemed to be on the other side of the wavelength. She followed behind her wife, feet dragging at every step. I'm going to need a whole jug of coffee once we hit the road. I felt like I was in the middle ground between the two. It's still dark outside. You just tried to keep up and took in some deep breaths. The air was still a little damp from the dew, but you didn't mind it. And then, at the end of the chain, came your sister. She had a bone to pick before the trip officially started. Her rattling off critiques added some level of normalcy to everything new going on. I don't get why I can't sleep in the bed tonight. Kate is the youngest, and I'll never fall asleep in that loft. We're trying to make things fair on everyone. If you want to play the older card, you should be offering to take the loft both nights. It's important for big siblings to make sacrifices for their younger ones. Elizabeth huffed, not happy with that answer in the slightest, and folded her arms, leaning back against the side of the RV. The trip plans had been nailed down prior, the sleeping arrangements included. Elizabeth still held on to her objections with them. There was the main area of the RV with a couch, loft, and some floor space. At the end of the car was a room with a large bed. Your moms were sharing the bed, Kira was on the couch, and father and son intended to sleep on the floor. The adults determined that you and Elizabeth would switch between the small loft above the driver's seat and sharing bed with the moms. Excited to sleep in a loft. It'd be a new experience for you. It sounded kind of cool. Lately I've kind of been getting into tiny houses and just looking at how they do things. I really like that, they take care of their storage so well. I was the kind of person who liked to go to the Container Store. So it's cool seeing such a small, efficient space. And also the dream of owning your own house, which is the millennial far off dream. It'd be a new experience for you. It sounded kind of cool. All right, you lot. Does everyone have everything they need? We're heading out in 5 minutes. Now's the time to double check. You don't want to forget something important. At the word, Elizabeth yelped and dashed back into the house, her bedhead bouncing behind her as she went. Ma came over and gave you a smile, settling her hands on her hips. How about you, Kate? Do you have all your clothes packed, toiletries, deodorant, floss, anything else you can think of? Oh, you had to run back inside for something. Confident I had it all. Wanted to make sure everything was organized and ready to go. I had packed the night before, and set my alarm too. Yeah, that sounds like me. Yep, I'm good. That's great. We'll have to wait for the ones who weren't as organized, but then we'll be heading off shortly. With a few minutes left to spare before leaving, you mentally went over what you had packed for the trip. Clothes, a pillow and blanket, usual day-to-day gear for most people. You also have more personal things, such as a couple of things to read. You packed one of your old favorites and a new one you'd never tried before. You knew you had plenty of time for such on a long drive. an MP3 player with headphones. So much time spent driving the car, you want to make sure you'd be able to have some music put on. The portable gaming console. Drive to Redwood National Park would take an entire day one way, so you want to make sure you had a way to entertain yourself while traveling there and back. Camera. Gotta take pictures. Just a little pocket camera you got from your mom's, but you couldn't miss an opportunity to take some new snaps. Pencils and paper. You had to be prepared in case you saw something to sketch at the park, or if you had anything to write down, or if you just needed to pass time doodling. And that was everything. Hey, let me take that for you, Kate. I'll sew in the RV. There's a few spots left, it'll fit. You let Kira take your bag and gave her a grateful smile. With nothing left to do, you watched the others getting ready for the trip. Kira and Cliff seemed to have the most energy of anyone. They were finishing packing the suitcases away while your moms had gone to lock up the house. They high-fived whenever one another got crammed into the storage compartments of the vehicle. Even though your own parents were more low-key than Cove's, you could tell they were both excited for the trip. It had been a while since your family had been away anywhere together. Elizabeth skipped toward the RV, a bag slung over her shoulder, and you were surprised to see she seemed much more optimistic about her whole ordeal now. Usually she wasn't one to exit the confines of her room unless it was for TV or food or to leave her family behind to be with friends. You would have thought 3 whole days packed in an RV with 6 others would be too much for her, but it was a nice surprise. You supposed any vacation was better than no vacation in her mind. Cove had been pretty quiet so far, and more than anything seemed to be overwhelmed by the situation. I was curious about the RV. You never stayed overnight in one before and wanted to know what it would be like. Soon the miscellaneous remaining tasks had all been wrapped up. Everyone piled into the RV. It was officially time for the trip to start. And it did. Cliff took the first shift driving. He cautiously navigated the massive car out of the narrow neighborhood streets. It was touch and go for the first part of the journey. Your moms and Kira were all huddled at the front, trying to get a view of how much space they had on each side. There was a sense of relief when the first long leg of the trip was hit, and the RV would only need to go down one stretch of highway for miles. The mom group cleared out of the driver's area, leaving Cove's dad to it, taking more comfortable seats around the main cabin. I like that, the mom group. You feel like you could finally relax now too. Time slipped by as morning faded away. Before you realized it, the engine of the RV came to a stop, but only halted for a few moments as Cliff climbed out into the driver's seat and Mom took over. Mom was shooting shotgun, giving Mom a quick tutorial on the controls, as it was her first time driving anything this large. Cliff groaned as he headed towards the rest of you, stretching his arms above his head and loosening up his muscles. We're making good progress. Yeah, maybe you should take a nap in the back for a while. That was a long haul you just did, and I know you're on less sleep than usual. Cliff waved his hand, that trademark grin of his slipping into place.
Nah.
I don't need sleep. I've still got a few miles in the old tank. He flexed an arm, showing off his muscles to drive the point about how resilient he was at home, and Kira rolled her eyes in amusement. Dad, everyone has to sleep. Cove shook his head at the tough guy act, though Cliff simply chuckled and ruffled his son's hair.
So?
Are you going to be driving again anytime soon, Mr. Holden? I want to know so I can prepare. Did anyone pack some rope? I might need it. There's no seatbelts up here. Ha! Elizabeth called down from where she was lounging in the loft above the driving compartment. She was laying on her back, her hair falling over the side and swinging around as the RV started up again and took off down the road. A bag of potato chips was balanced on Elizabeth's stomach, and she tossed a couple into her mouth right as Cliff held a hand to his chest, pretending to be offended by the remark. Kira laughed lightheartedly.
Don't worry about that.
Lucky for us all, we have enough adults to cover the shift today. He won't be driving again until tomorrow. Phew, that's a relief. Not you, too. You wiped imaginary sweat off your brow, and the rest of the group laughed while Cliff pouted. Mom then shouted back in her seat to join in the conversation, a playful smile twisting at her lips. What I'm more worried about is this old monster getting us there and back again before falling apart. It looks as though it was built in the early 90s. Must be older than some of the occupants. That's just the aesthetic of the decor. It's not that old, I think. Did you ask what year the model was before you rented it? Kira wrinkled her nose in thought. Yes, I did. I just can't remember what the answer was. Cliff chuckled at her, while the rest of you let off a collective sigh. The RV lurched a little as it picked up speed, and you held onto the ladder to the loft to keep your balance. You felt something graze the top of your head before a weight settled on your yellow hair. When you tilted your chin up to look, you heard the rustling of the bag of chips and realized Elizabeth had rested the end of it on your head. She gestured through the opening, silently offering to share her snack. Took a handful. Reaching up, you scooped up some chips, after the weight of the packet left your scalp. You happily munched away as the conversation continued on, and you got closer and closer to your destination. The day flew by, with the group of you chatting, playing games, and passing the time together before finally arriving at the park and setting up for the night. Ma was closing the windows while everyone got ready for bed, saying goodnight to the others as she made her way to the back room. You all had dinner together while still driving, and some hours after you had arrived at your destination found a spot to park in for the rest of your stay. Giving a look across the front of the RV, you noticed almost everyone there was already dozing off where they were, with Cove having completely fallen asleep curled up in the passenger seat. He must have done so while Kira was driving the last leg, and they decided not to disturb him. Kira herself was the only one up there who's still awake, flipping through a magazine next to a portable light from her spot on the couch. It seemed Mr. Holden needed to sleep, despite his claims. You followed your moms into the back room and closed the door behind you before crawling onto the bed between them. It was a queen-size bed, so there was enough space for the three of you together without too much squishing. Get a good rest, Kate. We've got a big day ahead of us tomorrow.
That's fantastic.
I'm looking forward to the bushwalk in the morning. It's been a long time since I was out in nature like this. There will be plenty for us to see. Look at that beautiful sky. You stayed awake for a little while longer while your moms whispered about the park and forest in general. With the sound of their voices in the background, eventually you nodded off to sleep. The next morning, you were up bright and early, preparing for the day ahead. Had an okay sleep. It's nothing compared to your bed at home, but at least you didn't have to sleep on the floor, so you couldn't complain too much. Ma whined a bit about the firmness of the mattress, but Mom only encouraged her to enjoy the trip while she could. While looking for a spot to get ready, you had some trouble finding a space of your own, as the others were doing the same thing. Cove was perched on top of the counter, brushing his hair and tucking up his legs every time someone wanted to move past. The parents were checking, double-checking, and triple-checking that you had everything, to the point where you stopped listening to them altogether. You knew you wouldn't be returning to the RV at all that day, but by the look of the backpacks that were packed up and all ready to go, you doubted anything was missing from them. Look at the pretty trees! It didn't take much longer till you all exited the RV in a bustle and headed into the Redwood National Park.
Wow.
Cove tilted his head upwards into the canopy of trees, his eyes wide as he took in the massive trunks on either side of you. You knew the redwood trees here were considered the tallest trees on Earth, but you weren't prepared for exactly how huge they would be in person.
Come on.
Smile, you two. You spun just in time for Kira to snap a picture of you and Cove together, before she pointed her camera at Cliff, trying to get a shot despite his weak protest that she should just enjoy the moment. Your parents were walking behind the group a little, with Mom telling Ma some information she had read about the park in a brochure. Ma listened happily while looking around and taking in the sights, every now and then asking a question or making a joke about something Mom had said. You smiled at them, thinking your mom must have read a lot of pamphlets to know so much about the park. Maybe I should come and work here as a tour guide if you know so much about the place. Oh, maybe you should come and work here as a tour guide if you know so much about the place. Elizabeth teased, earning a squeeze on the nose from your mom. She just seemed to be enjoying herself, but you thought that that might just be because she was amused by everyone else's reactions. In awe of the redwood trees. Surrounding you on either side, the enormous trees shot up into the sky, the sunlight peeking through their canopy and speckling the path in front of you. Their sheer size of the redwoods made you feel like a tiny ant bustling along through the forest. The adults had decided on some casual nature walks, rather than any serious hiking, and you strolled along at your own pace, taking in the scenery. Elizabeth sped up a little, smirking at Cove as she fell into place between the two of you, and immediately you could tell by her expression she was going to say something taunting.
Aw.
I can't believe our families are actually on a vacation together. She threw her arms out, speaking with genuine sense of bewilderment. I would have joked about something like this happening, but now I'm not sure I want to give them any more ideas. Cove smiled at her, even if it was a little awkwardly, and continued walking along. Just watch, next year they'll be talking about their next new amazing idea. She put on a fake voice deeper than her own. We should just sell both our houses and move in together. Think of how much we'd save on the mortgage. It was clear Elizabeth was being sarcastic. Cove simply shook his head, not really bothered by her. He supposed he was used to it by this point. But seriously, they really do act like we're a single family just because we live across the street from each other. Elizabeth gave you and Cove a look, her eyes glinting with mischief as she leered at you.
Yeah.
Maybe one day we will be related. Legally, anyway. She said it as though she was a gossipy old lady. But she had almost immediately dropped the tone and nonchalantly said her real thoughts. At least that's what Ma thinks. Cove still blushed, which made Elizabeth smile triumphantly, as though that was her whole purpose for teasing him. She's so mean. Then he mumbled quietly, refusing to make eye contact with either of you. I don't know why you think you're so funny when no one else does. No, that'll just embarrass him more. Told her to cut it out already. You don't need to ruin the day with that. Oh, I thought you'd be happy if someone put the idea into Cove's head. These teenagers have already exchanged cutes. We're basically more than halfway there. I don't think he's making plans about marrying anyone right now, considering we're both 13. Elizabeth made a smug face, saying in a sing-song voice, I wouldn't be so sure about that. Cove frowned and reddened harder, but pretended to ignore what she was saying. The day continued on, with plenty to see and experience. You passed a few different activities that you would have liked to try out if you had the time, such as kayaking and rock climbing, but Ma said that'd have to wait for another trip. There was a little stream during the walk that you sat beside and set out a picnic for lunch, nibbling on a selection of fruit, sandwiches, and chips. Various birds flew by overhead, and you made a game out of guessing the species that were hanging out in the trees nearby. You even managed to get a couple of them right, including the kingfisher that grabbed half of Cliff's sandwich. Glad you got to do this in the end. Definitely a special experience, and one you'd remember for a long time to come. You smiled to yourself, committing the sights and sounds to memory. Your group made it back to camp just as the sun was setting in the sky, and the stars were appearing one by one. Everyone had enjoyed different parts of it most. You traded stories of what you thought while you were eating dinner, and then afterwards you pitched in to help clean up. You, along with Elizabeth and Cove, got to head back to the RV early and spend some time together while your parents stayed outside longer. It was nice to have the space to yourselves after the cramped journey there, and while Elizabeth had locked herself in the back room with her headphones, you and Cove were left in the main lounge area. Hung out with Cove. Well, let's take a load off. We got some time. Ooh, a little sweater thing. You took a seat on the sofa while Cove sat down at the other end, tapping his fingers against his knees. Your cheeks warmed a little at that. Being close to him never failed to feel exciting. You'd seen Cove nearly every day for the past 5 years, but seeing him in a jacket was still somewhat unusual. In Southern California, he could get away with that. Okay, so apparently they're in SoCal, but they have fireflies there, which is not actually the case, so yeah, somebody just didn't do their research. It was a simple difference from his normal style, yet you couldn't help noticing the way he looked right now. Looked great on him. In fact, Cove always looked nice. When Cove cleared his throat, your eyes snapped to his. He had an eyebrow raised, and he clearly saw you staring at him. Is everything okay? Look how forward we can be! Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I was just confused because of the fireflies in the previous chapter, because there are no fireflies in California. That is an East Coast to the Midwest. Confident in our relationship, yeah. I'm a flirt. You just look so good right now. Cove immediately blushed at the unexpected compliment. What? Didn't say anything further, more than one word of question. You decided to elaborate further. You know, hardly ever see you wearing a jacket, especially in summer. Oh, yeah, I like wearing as few layers as possible. It's easier that way. A few details are off. I'd rather be cold than extra hot, and it's kind of a pain to carry extra clothes around. My parents made me bring this jacket. I'm the same way. They're bulky and heavy, and they usually make me feel too warm. Cove smiled lightly at you and nodded. I've noticed. You perked up hearing that. He noticed you too? That's like what he likes to see others wear. What type of clothes or accessories do you like to see on somebody other than you? Cove's eyes widened at the question. His defensive reply seemed to slip out before he had the chance to have a proper think about it. Nothing. That was funny. A snort of laughter escaped you, and even though Cove's face flushed red, you could see the hint of smile on his lips too. Come on, that's not what I meant. You composed yourself, sat up straighter, all traces of laughter disappearing from your face. Answer with, what do you mean then? Isn't there anything at all you think looks good when you see it on someone? Cove mumbled under his breath, and you couldn't quite catch the words. He was having a difficult time with the subject. Just thought it would be fun to talk about. You hadn't intended for this sour mood. Cove sighed and looked down at his lap where he was fidgeting with his hands, still reluctant to give an answer. I don't know. You made an unimpressed sound over how this was going. Are you sure? Fine, I guess I kind of like ankle bracelets. Ankle bracelets? Yeah, everyone could wear a pretty bracelet. Wrist ones are cool too, but they're pretty normal. There's something fun or flirty about ankle bracelets.
I mean...
It's more special or something. I don't know how to explain it. Cove brushed his knuckles against his cheek awkwardly, seemingly unsure where to go from here. Wow, okay, we're 13, so I'm just gonna say I like them too. Cove smiled at you, happy to hear he wasn't the only one who felt that way. When he said nothing else, you took a moment to gather your own thoughts. Had to get an anklet on ASAP! You wear anklets more now. A couple different ones at home. With the new knowledge, you might slip them into your daily outfits in the future. Cove looked away, feeling awkward about this. You gave him an understanding look, and usually he would start to smile like normal again, but not this time. His expression only stiffened more. You were surprised to see him like this. He always bounced back pretty quickly after being flustered. Cove? Still, he wouldn't look at you, and now his breathing was growing tense. It began to click. He was trying to build himself up enough to say something hard for him. You waited for it silently. Until finally, he peeked your way through the corner of his eyes. You were fully attentive by this point for whatever he was going to mention next.
That's,
My eyes are blue, guys! People having blue eyes, that's also something I like. Huh? For a moment you were stunned at a complete loss for words. That was definitely not where you imagined this was going. Cove faced you head on, his expression full of desperate meaning. Cute! You got the distinct impression he hadn't chosen that just because he liked the color blue. He chose it entirely because it was your eye color. Was he trying to flirt with you? That's all you could think. Your legs felt like jelly and you wondered if you might fall right off the couch. What do you like for another person, Kate? I mean... Everything about you, we are super direct. We are going for it. We are going for the gold. We're gonna have our puppy love relationship. Cove went still, his eyes widening in surprise. It was definitely a lot for him to hear, but you couldn't help yourself. It was the truth. You adored him. And then they kissed! And now you were both flirting with each other. He placed his hands in his lap and looked down. It seemed he hadn't expected to get this far, and he didn't know where to go from there. With that, the topic abruptly dropped off. Cove officially had no more to say on it. The parents all arrived soon after, each of them climbing into the RV and finding some place to sit down and rest their legs. Elizabeth, having heard the commotion, came out from the room for the first time since arriving and joined you all. You spent the evening chatting and playing a few games, enjoying the last evening of the trip together. Bedtime arrived with the blink of an eye. As the group hunkered down for the night, your mom did a final round to be sure nothing had been left behind. She explained that Cliff was going to start driving early in the morning, like on the first day, but would be letting everyone else in the group sleep. There wouldn't be a need for all of them to get up. Now was the time to check that you hadn't left anything outside. You, as well as everyone else, was confident you had all packed up inside the RV, which meant it was time to get some rest before the journey home tomorrow. Your moms and Elizabeth said goodnight, heading into the back room while you climbed up to the loft. Cove and his family got situated below in the previously set arrangement. You tried to get comfortable as a million thoughts were running through your mind. It was hard to believe that the trip was practically over, and before you knew it, you'd be back in your own bed at home. You enjoyed this mini-adventure. It was short, that's for sure, but you got to see and do so much during your time here. All in all, it was a nice break away from home. The minutes ticked by silently. It didn't take long for those soft snores of Cliff and Kira to drift up to you. They were asleep now. You wondered if Cove was still awake, and decided to poke your head out from the loft to find out. You blinked through the dark. Looking down the hall, the hall of the RV, I guess, you noticed Cove laying on his back, his eyes staring straight up at the ceiling. His seafoam hair was spread out on his sleeping bag. He must have felt you watching him, because suddenly his eyes locked onto yours. It was difficult to see much in the dim light, but you could make out the crooked smile on his face well enough. Grinned back at him. Cove shrugged in his bed while still smiling, or at least you thought he did. Just for him to come over. Cove looked unsure about it, but you were happy to see him slowly start to sit up anyway. His sleeping bag rustled as he moved, though he tried to go slow, and he froze up like a deer in the headlights every time he made a sound, watching his parents for any sign of movement. Eventually, he managed to maneuver around his sleeping dad and make it to the ladder, standing on the bottom rung when he looked up at you and whispered, "What?" "Good night!" Right enough to the loft. You want to come up? His eyes widened just so. You could only tell because he had come to where you were. Cove glanced behind him quickly at the sleeping parents before turning back to you. "Okay." You broke out into a grin and scooched back as far as you could, making space for Cove to crawl in. He was very tall, so it wasn't a great fit for him, but he managed to squeeze himself in. You understood how that felt, and with the two of you in the loft together, there was barely any room to move. You laid down next to each other on your sides face to face. He got under the blanket a bit. One of his arms was nestled under his head for comfort. The other had nowhere to go and rested alongside his chest on the floor of the loft. He spoke to you softly. "So what am I doing here?" Sleep here instead of the floor. Cove raised an eyebrow, not having expected you to bring that up now. I'm not sure about this. Oh. Cove swallowed loudly and noticed he wouldn't look you in the eyes anymore. Felt comfortable. Seemed natural to have him near you. Being close like this only made it better. It wouldn't be the first time we've slept together, like sleeping. It's just, it was an accident the first time. He thought back to earlier in the evening when you and Cove had been talking on the sofa. He'd definitely been flirting then, now you were here. Try to ease things with conversation. So it's been a really nice night, huh? Oh, yeah, I guess it has. Don't you think the loft is more comfortable than it looks?
Nice.
Not bad. It would be nice to have more room. Cove smiled at you through the dim light. You knew he was only joking. Two of you continued to whisper for a while before becoming more relaxed. Ooh, I do have the option to kiss him. Should I kiss him, chat? Should I try to kiss him? Should I go for it? I'm gonna assume that that's voting yes. Alright, we're gonna do it. You moved in even closer, eyes half closed as your lips inched toward his so slowly. Cove froze immediately. You could feel his body trembling against you as you neared. You grew close enough to be one motion away from placing your lips together. Then, all at once, he bolted upright, completely forgetting the restrictions of the location, and smacking his head against the roof of the RV with a loud crack, making you gasp aloud. He wasn't ready! He wasn't ready! Ow! Cove, you okay? Cove didn't answer. He fell back to the loft floor in a flustered pile. He pressed one hand against his head and the other over his face as he groaned in pain. The sound of movements in the RV startled you, and when you looked over the side, you noticed Cliff had similarly shot up and was looking around wildly. You're not surprised it turned out like this?
What's wrong?
Wake up, people! Something's happened! Oh no, everyone's gonna wake up! Cliff reached over where Kira was on the couch, and she whined as he shook her out of sleep deep enough to not be interrupted by the chaos. What's going on? And the lights came on. You scrambled under the blanket to avoid being seen, but it was too late. Cove, where are you? Kate, are you... Oh! It only took a second for Kira to figure out where her son had gone, and you soon heard Cliff's chuckle as he too realized. You were warned there wasn't much room up there, bud. Cove groaned terribly again, but this time was out of humiliation. He moved the hand from his sore scalp to also cover his shame, rather than face his parents. Oh, now I feel bad. Poor kid. We should have just gone to sleep. What's with all the noise out here? To your horror, the door at the back of the RV opened and Elizabeth, as well as your moms, peeked their heads out into the hall. Is everything okay?
Sorry.
Nothing. Sorry for waking you up. Cove curled into himself, completely humiliated as he apologized a couple more times. Not loud enough for anyone other than you to hear, though. I tried to check on him. Should let someone check your head. That was bad. With another whimper, Cove pushed himself up onto his side. Suddenly a marching band went by to make sure everyone was awake and paying attention, right? Probably. Kira casually came over to the edge of the loft. She patted her son on the back. Come to mama, baby. You can't stay there. There was no putting it off. Cove climbed down the ladder, his face still red as a tomato when he reached the bottom. His dad gave him a nudge on the shoulder as he passed, trying to hold back renewed laughter, and his mom pulled him over to give his head a quick look over. After announcing it wasn't anything more serious than a bump, Cove shuffled over to his sleeping bag on the ground. He collapsed into it, not caring if he should be more cautious with his head right now.
Sure.
Alright, show's over. Let's all get some sleep. Oh. You could hear the snickers from the back of the RV from your moms and Elizabeth. They really had been watching this unfold like it was a piece of entertainment. But at that, they quickly said goodnight and headed to bed. Wrecked, yeah. With nothing more you could do, you laid back down as the lights went off again. You stayed there completely still until sleep finally overtook you. When you woke up the next morning, it was to the rumble of the RV as it traveled the long journey home. Blinking the sleep from your eyes, you peeked over the edge of the loft, slowly, trying not to be seen. Cove was sitting on the couch with his mom, the two of them talking quietly together. His head was hung low. You blushed when you remembered what it was like last night, just the two of you up in the loft together, and the way you almost kissed. Kira suddenly looked up and caught your eye, and your face grew even hotter, though she simply smiled at you. You knew it was going to be a long, long time before either of you lived this down, if you ever did. Soon, your moms and Elizabeth emerged from their room, dressed and ready for the day of travel. You spent most of the day hanging out together in the RV, savoring the last few hours of vacation. Kira suggested a few different travel games she used to play with Cove when he was younger, and you all had a great time competing against each other. A little later in the day, you tried to talk to Cove about what happened in the loft, but he simply apologized and changed the subject. It was a bit too much for him to try speaking on, especially right now. You understood. When the RV finally pulled onto your street, it was well into the night, and you were looking forward to crawling into your own bed after the last few days away. Everyone else must have been feeling the same because it was mutually agreed that unpacking and cleaning the RV would wait until morning. Once home again, you went straight up to your room and dropped onto your bed, shoes and all. Happy to be back in my own bed, stretched out with a smile on your face, enjoying the space all to yourself. With those last few thoughts drifting through your mind, it wasn't long before you dozed off to sleep. Tomorrow, life would go on like normal. Well, and then summer ended. Move on to the next step. There was no denying it. Today was the very last day of summer. Tomorrow you were heading to class. Feelings were muddled. There were aspects of going to school that you missed, and others that you were happy to live without. If only you could pick and mix between the bits and summer of school. You got dressed, not envisioning the day before you, but contemplating what lay ahead of you tomorrow. Life was going to be different. You had come to think of the summer vacation as the norm, but school sucked up the majority of the year, whereas summer vacation was just a respite in the middle. So rather than it being different, it was kind of like a return to the normal? What did your normal life really mean? You considered how fondly your moms talked about their summer vacations as kids. You dimly recognized that one year, the pattern of school and summer itself would be over for good. Oh, that one year, the pattern of school and summer itself would be over for good. It's hard to imagine. You had gotten distracted, one arm still out of a sleeve. You pulled it through and put your mind back on the present. This season had brought about plenty of changes of its own, like Kira's visit, though that too was coming to an end today. Happy you'd finally gotten the chance to know her. She was interesting to be around. You liked how easy it was to talk to her. You finished dressing, which was good. Cove would be there any moment. You'd agreed to see his mom off together. Officially, the plan was that he would come over to bring you around to his house when she was ready to set off, but you both knew that you'd be hanging out for at least a little while beforehand. Kira's visit had troubled Cove when it first happened. It had been a sudden change thanks to Mr. Holden's infamous tendency to surprise people, but once he was able to adjust, he'd been in pretty good spirits with her around. It was a relief for everyone. You turned to your desk where the box containing your accessories resided. A thought struck you like a bolt, and your eyes bored into the box. Should you wear an anklet for Cove's visit today? You had some nice ones you hadn't used in a while. Put one ankle bracelet on. We're not going to overdo it. Your heart pounded as you slipped the hoop through the clasp and fastened it into place. Would Cove spot it? Your face grew hot as you imagined how he might react. The next thought that crossed your mind was, all the anklets option, yeah? Couldn't wait to see him, so went downstairs to meet him when he arrived. Bounded down the stairs, your hand gliding over the rail. You wanted to make sure you got there first. If you didn't hurry, your moms might answer it. It's only a few minutes later when the doorbell rang. As you'd chosen to stand beside it to wait for Cove, there was no delay in pulling it open. Cove was there, just as you'd expected. Seeing you, he flashed a bright grin. Hi, Kate. Took you long enough. You only live across the street. You stuck a tongue out at him as you ushered him inside, then bustled him up the stairs. Back up in your room, you sat down in your bed and waited for Cove to settle in as you knew he would. With other guests, you might have offered them a seat, but you and Cove were long past those tentative stages of friendship. Your room was as familiar to him as his own. You watched as Cove sat down in your desk chair, his preferred spot. He rolled it closer to the bed to make it easier to chat, tweaking the angle so that he was facing you fully. Once happy with the position, he leaned in towards you, hand held in his lap. His actions weren't the ones of someone who planned on moving from his spot anytime soon, even though you had an appointment to keep together that day. When's your mom leaving?
Don't worry about it.
We've got some time. She's still got to shower and stuff before she goes. She just didn't want to keep me hanging around while she was doing that. He lifted his head, gaze drifting out the window, and chuckled. Can't believe she's already leaving, just when I'm getting used to her being there every day. He leaned back in the chair, a wry smile tickling his cheeks. Time's going by so fast. He cocked his head thoughtfully before shrugging. He ran a hand through his hair before shaking his head, as if shaking off the topic like a dog whipping off water following a dip in the sea. Cove looked back at you, lips parted as if he was about to speak, but instead his eyes widened and his mouth closed into a tiny frown. Something has caught his attention. Something wrapped around where the end of your leg met your foot. He cast his eyes back up to your face, then down to your ankle, then back up to your face. He repeated this process once, twice more, as if struggling to hold the two items in tandem. Maybe he was weighing up whether this could be a coincidence or not. Or maybe he was just too shy to verbalize his thoughts, or was still trying to find the words, and this was the most he could manage. The attention made you feel pleased. The whole plan was for him to see you in it, and you'd succeeded. While his attention was still divided between your ankle and your face, it was totally on you. When his next glance back to your face, Cove saw your expression had shifted. You watched as his bewilderment eroded into mortification as he realized he had been caught staring. He quickly spun in the chair to face the wall instead, allowing you to glimpse the flesh that spread all the way to his ears. He twisted in his seat, wringing his hands, and determinedly avoided looking in your direction again. It seemed he had decided against saying anything at all. Does it look good? Cove mumbled something unintelligible as he slumped lower. With how he was hunched over, the quiet words had no chance of reaching you. You weren't going to get anything out of him in this state. You waited for him to come around before speaking again. Finally, he piped up very softly. Did you do it because of what I said before? I mean, you know... The last words were whispered as though they were a precious secret. The ankle bracelet. Yes, no, maybe. I don't know what you're talking about, or you shrugged. I'll be coy. Maybe. His eyes squeezed shut. You had no idea if the answer made him feel better or more nervous. He eventually looked down at his lap, where his fingers were flexing and curling an awkward dance of nerves. His chest rose as he breathed deep. Well, it looks good on you. Aw. Your head skittered in your chest like a stone skipping across the water. One big leap from the unexpected compliment, followed by a series of shorter ones as you absorbed the words. You beamed at him. He was looking at you again, at last, and returned the smile shyly. This really couldn't have worked out better, you thought. And there was nothing else he could add after that. Cove's posture teetered, his eyelids blinking quickly. Kate, I actually kind of wanted to talk about... He drew a deep breath before concluding the sentence.
I mean...
What happened on the trip? His voice shook as he pushed the words out. Your eyes grew. At the reaction, Cove pulled his arms around his chest, his shoulders hunching inwards. You knew what he was implying, back when you'd been in the loft and nearly kissed. Cove hadn't breathed a word about it since it happened, or, well, almost happened. So this whole conversation would not be happening if we hadn't done that.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry for moving away like that when you tried to... He dropped the sentence. You didn't need to push for him to finish. He had conveyed what it needed. And I'm sorry for how I've been since, acting like it didn't even happen. I thought about it. I mean, I haven't forgotten about it. I don't keep thinking about it all the time. He hung his red-cheeked head, forehead propped up by a couple of fingers. You could tell he was already regretting how this was going. Sorry for being weird. It's just, I kind of thought or hoped that sometime I'd be able to do this with me talking about everything. Interesting how much of the summer ends this time relates directly to that one scene. And if we hadn't had that one scene, this would probably be a different conversation. I mean, it would have to be. Like, if I had just, waved at him or something and then gone to sleep, would we be having this conversation? Probably not. I like that our choices are starting to matter more. Everything? There's more? He nodded ever so slightly. You felt a lot hotter after that. Cove brightened a little at your positive reaction as explanation continued. I could sort of picture how it might go. What it'd be like with you and me. But just the first part. I couldn't ever imagine anything that would come after. And now it's actually happened. We're there. He took another deep breath, stuttering on the exhale. This makes things different. Things don't have to be different. He gave you a wan smile. Thanks, but I don't think that'll work. I can't just forget. I definitely can't. Oh no, did I wreck our friendship by trying to kiss him? His wide eyes met yours as he looked at you, less burdened from the anxiety that had built inside him. You want to try again? No. The word shot out reflexively. He couldn't help it, but immediately cringed at himself. Do you really mean that? No. I mean, I do want to. I want to try again, if you still want to. You were scared, but kissed him. You untangled yourself from your resting position and stood up. Realizing your intent to actually go for it, Cove straightened up in the chair, his hands coiled together in his lap. As you moved toward him, you noticed his cheeks his knees knocking together as he trembled. His decision not to rise from the chair made perfect sense. If he was that shaky while sitting down, there was no way he'd manage to stand without at least one of you falling over. Your legs brushed against his quivering ones as you came to stop in front of him. Cove was staring up at you. As you leaned in towards him, he echoed the motion and drew in towards you. Once you were close enough to feel Cove's breath on your face, you closed your eyes. The last thing you saw was Cove quickly doing the same. Your lips met with Cove's for a moment. His lips were pressed tightly together, unyielding, but it was all right. You were kissing him, and he was kissing you. Your stomach somersaulted, and you couldn't believe it was really happening. In that moment, it felt warm, it felt nice, and it felt right. You drew back, and Cove slipped down into the chair, the knuckles of his hands pale after gripping so tightly. Thinking that he could do with some space to breathe, figuratively and literally, you took a step back. Cove shot up, his stance rigid. Cove plastered a... Yeah. Yay! Celebrate, I guess. Though Cove looks like he's freaking out. Cove plastered a hand over his mouth, his eyes shut tight. His back then became bowed, shrinking him down. You could only just make out the few words he managed to summon.
Oh my god,
Oh my god! I can't believe we actually... His eyes flew open wide, but he didn't look your way, let alone meet your gaze.
Oh my god.
We kissed! His reaction was really cute. You watched him adoringly as he tried to gather his senses. Cove only slammed his eyes closed once again. It was nice, wasn't it? He was still holding his hand to his face, but in an attempt to answer, he emitted a muffled whimper. With that obviously not working, he uncovered his face at last, bringing the hand to lay against his chest and looked at you. Yeah. He opened his mouth, poised to speak, and pursed his lips as words failed him. On his third or fourth attempt, you heard what he had to say. Not sure if he's gonna throw up. Yeah. I did like it. I'm glad that we, He swallowed, seemingly not able to speak the actual word. That we what? No. I have no idea. Kate! You grinned, thrilled that the experience had been a welcome one. The smile on Cove's face was real, but weary, not unlike the one he wore after a long and exhausting day of activity. Like when he'd made a new personal best. That work had been hard, but the reward had been worth it. With some newfound confidence, he drew himself up as he inhaled deeply. Each word he spoke next was delicate. I like you. A lot. Probably way too much. He ducked his head bashfully and opened an eye, peeking at you through the hair that had fallen over his face like a veil. He managed to smile.
Thanks for waiting for me.
His eyes sparkled just looking at you, his affection transparently clear. He never could hide what he was feeling, and you couldn't be more grateful for that today. Hugged him, closed the already short distance between you and Cove, and wrapped your arms around him. He met your eyes and giggled nervously. He did his best to wind his arms around you in return. It was a little awkward, but even with the benefit of hindsight, you wouldn't have changed a thing. The strength of your feelings had demanded immediate action. It felt so nice to hold each other that way, now that everything was out in the open. Finally, you separated again. He rubbed his eyes with the heel of his hands. It was an action usually reserved for much later in the day, but at this point, it had already felt like a long day. Cove then pressed a hand to his creased forehead.
Oh my god.
Does this mean I'm your boyfriend or something now? Should we tell our parents? I don't know what Dad or Mom would do. There were a lot of concerns in there. You honed in on the simplest. There was no way your moms would let you have a boyfriend, even though that word juxtaposed with Cove's name made your heart race. I want you to be at least something, but I probably can't. I'm kind of torn between these two. I'm gonna go comforting. Doesn't matter though, we like each other and that's what's important. Nothing anybody else thought about your relationship changed what it was between the two of you. Cove lifted his hand from his chest and reached towards you, halting halfway, then slowly, cautiously hooked his fingers around yours, his palm pressed against the back of your hand. Let him hold your hand. His thumb slipped in the crook of your palm. He squeezed your hand gently. Aw, achievement unlocked! Budding relationship! We can get it to work. We always figure things out sooner or later. You were temporarily struck speechless, your usual directness punctured by his honest belief in what you had together. Yeah, you're right. We're a pretty good team. Chuckling, Cove smiled at you and tightened his grip on your hand. Kate, Cove! The sudden call from downstairs caught you both unaware. You'd nearly forgotten the world outside your room. From the guilty look on his face, Cove had done the same. Just at a call, Cove's mom's ready to go. If you're quick, she might keep the mandated motherly smothering to a minimum. You doubted that, but it was nice that Mom and Ms. Priest had their strange sense of humor in common. Your eyes met Cove's. Wordlessly, you headed downstairs together. Each step on the way there was painfully slow, like he was trying to delay the inevitable. His whole body tensed, leaving the house, and Cove froze altogether before you could both cross the street.
Oh.
The door's open. Dad must be taking your stuff out. He swallowed hard. She's really gonna leave. He knows that. Rest your hand on his arm. You felt a small shiver ripple through his body as the warmth of your hand sank in. It'll be okay, you can do this. He looked at you uncertainly, and you gently squeezed his arm for support. At that, some of the conflict warring on his face eased a bit. Together, you went across the street and inside his house, finding his parents in the living room surrounded by his mom's packed things. Hey, kids. Good timing, I just called the taxi.
Hi.
Hi, Kate. So glad to see you today. It's fabulous getting to know you this summer. I finally got to put a face to the name I've heard so many times. She winked, and Cove pouted on cue over the teasing. I hope you had a good time visiting. I really did, thank you. Nodding, Kira turned her attention back to her boys. She patted Cliff on the arm with a warm smile, and then she enveloped Cove in a crushing hug. Initially, Cove squirmed to break free of her grip, but his mom was unfazed and kept him locked in place. Heartbeats later, he gave in and hugged her back tightly.
I'm so glad.
So happy this trip was a success. Cliff looked like he was bursting with pride. Yeah, from his subterfuge or whatever. And then Cove stiffened. Kira loosened her hold on him enough to study his face. Concerned, she spoke her next words in a whisper that had been meant just for her son. Do you want to unshelve it? Raising an eyebrow, Cliff watched them carefully. His smile began to falter. What's wrong? Cove's gaze moved to the floor. He looked like he was grappling with where to begin, but then Cliff smacked a hand to his own cheek. The noise caught everyone's attention. Cliff's eyes were wide, and you could see clearly the light bulb moment he was experiencing on his face. It shouldn't have been a surprise. I went behind your back again. Yeah. And it only took me until the very last moment to realize it. Crossing his arms, Cliff laughed at himself. You could tell it was out of frustration and disbelief rather than the usual good-natured feelings. I'm so sorry. I thought I had gotten better at this. You have. Cove's voice was small, but it was enough to break through his dad's thoughts. Cliff's mouth pulled into a small smile.
It's okay.
It's been a long time since something like this happened. Not long enough. You deserve better than a blockhead falling back into old habits just because things seem to be going good.
I'm trying.
It won't keep happening. I'll promise I'll work on it. We can all work on it. I can try harder myself to be in the loop on what's actually happening over here. A happy smile quickly spread across Cove's face, and he answered delicately, Okay. You felt relieved seeing how much the whole family had grown together since you first met them. They could talk to each other more easily. After that, it wasn't long before the taxi arrived, rolling up in front of the house and in clear view of the open door. Kira stood up, smiling sadly. That's my ride. Yeah. The matching reply got a chuckle out of Kira as you all filed out of the house. Father and son went with Kira's bags in hand. Once outside, you spotted your family waiting by the street, and to your surprise, Derek was also with them. He stood uncomfortably, and he waved as soon as you noticed him.
What's up?
Hey, Kate. Hi, Cove. When'd you get here? My dad dropped me off just a little bit ago. Thought I could visit once more time before school started.
Sorry.
Picked a busy time, sorry. Derek couldn't even look at Cove. He nervously kept rolling a pebble with the bottom of his shoe.
Sorry.
I wasn't even thinking your mom would be leaving today. Sorry, dude. What? You're not interrupting anything. You're always welcome here. It would have been sad if I didn't get to say goodbye before leaving. Derek came to hang out often, so it was inevitable that the two had met at some point this season. I think so too. It was apparent Derek would have preferred to have gotten there at a more opportune moment. He never liked seeming impolite, but their reassuring words soothed his worries. The tension he was holding in his body lessened, and he looked like he was feeling much more like himself. Bye, Derek. It was fun getting to know you. Hi, ma'am. Is there anything I can do to help? Nah, don't worry about it. We're just about set. In the short amount of time, Cliff had gathered and packed the bags into the trunk. Kira took one last look at everyone inside. All right, I don't want to keep the driver waiting. It's time to head out. The little crowd that had formed around started their chorus of farewells and well-wishing traveling, but Kira still made no move to get into the taxi. She placed her attention on Cove. I'll call when I get to the airport and when I make it to Nevada. Also, you better call the moment you walk in the door at home, otherwise we'll be wondering all night if you got into trouble on the way there. And could you call tomorrow too, so I can tell you how school went? Of course, I want to hear all about it. Kira put a hand on Cove's head and affectionately ruffled his hair one last time. She then let go, only to move on to squeezing his cheeks in her hands instead. Mom! I love you so much, baby! She was chuckling by the time she freed him, and rounded things off with a small tap to the tip of his nose. Cove rubbed at his face with a grin. Finally, she walked to the car while waving, and took her seat in the taxi. Cliff hooked an arm around Cove's shoulder and kept him close as it began to pull away. For a moment, Cove looked up at his dad, and then wrapped an arm around his back. Bye, Mom. Bye, travel safe. Kira rolled down the window and stuck her head out of it. She waved again while blowing kisses at Cove and Cliff. See you again. Before she was out of sight, you decided to wave goodbye. As the taxi headed down the road, you stuck your hand in the air to send her off. Tad turned around down another road and completely disappeared from view. Cove let go of his dad and took a few steps out into the empty street, still looking in the direction his mom went. He smiled quietly, deep in thought. You got the impression Cove was feeling better than he was earlier. He was finally content with the way things were. You jumped a bit when your mom put a hand on your shoulder, pulling you away from your thoughts. She smiled when you looked at her. This was a great vacation, huh? Yeah, that's what I was hoping to hear. Cove walked back over to the group, still genuinely happy. Derek grinned at him welcomingly, and everyone else there smiled at him, even Elizabeth.
Well?
Ma clapped her hands together, bringing everyone's attention back to the present. It's almost lunchtime. I think I'll put something special together. Her eyes sparked with a plan, and Mom smiled. I bet you could use some help with that. That'd be absolutely wonderful. Derek glanced between the two, his eyebrows furrowed. Is there something I could do? Your mom's exchanged a fond expression. Ma shook her head. That's very sweet, Derek, but it's all right. It's not your job. Technically, your dad left you under Cliff's watch. You're meant to be taken care of by him, not doing chores for the neighbors. Mom laughed a little over her own joke. You watched Derek look away, discouraged.
It's okay.
I don't mind. He was a little bashful about it. You wonder if Mom's joke had just reminded him he wasn't initially meant to be invited to lunch. He's getting a little awkward. Mom grinned sympathetically. Her comment was meant to lighten the mood, not bring it back down. Ma tried again to get things moving forward. Why don't you kids go have fun? You can all come back in about an hour. We'll make enough for everyone. Mom nodded in agreement.
Sounds good.
Another stunning idea, Lonnie. Thanks.
Thank you.
That sounds like a plan then. I don't want to cramp your style. I've got some stuff to work on so I can be out of your hair this afternoon. You should come by later, too. No reason you should be the odd man out. Mom seemed amused as Cliff rubbed his neck nervously. He grinned a wavering but pleased smile.
Thanks very much.
He looked over the assembled crowd with knowing glances. I can help, too. With as many people as you're feeding, that's going to be a lot of food. Didn't you hear what we told Derek? Wouldn't be fair to make you cook when we're the ones who are inviting you in. Ma raised an eyebrow when Cliff waved it off.
Come on.
I insist. Derek will be missing the time with his pals. This will be a break for me. I am quite the chef. Ma and Mom exchanged further glances before Mom shrugged. An airtight argument. If you're sure, we'll be happy to have you, Chef Cliff. Cliff's grin widened and seemed more hyped than you'd expect him to be about helping with lunch. Cove shook his head, a fond smile on his face. Then all of us grown-up people will be heading inside. I assume the rest of you kiddos are staying out? Maybe not all of them. Ma tilted her head, a silent question for Elizabeth. Your sister thought for a moment. I'll stay with the kids.
That's fantastic.
She's only 2 years older. Both your moms smiled at her, while Derek and Cove didn't seem to appreciate her phrasing. But with the plan decided, all three parents waved and headed for your house. It was just you teenagers now. Elizabeth looked at you and the others, a curious expression on her face.
So?
What now? You silently wondered if Elizabeth only stayed with you to avoid getting roped into work. Then again, she could just genuinely want to hang out. You couldn't tell with your sister. Cove spoke up after no one else did to answer Elizabeth's question. Want to go down to the shopping street? It's been a while, and I don't think there's a lot of other things we could agree on. Yeah, sure.
Awesome.
Sounds awesome to me. Unlike you guys, I haven't been there 1,001 times. It's new to me. Let's do it. You strolled down the road as a group, down to the beach, and then to the left. It took less than 15 minutes to arrive, one of the conveniences of Sunset Bird. The four of you looked around the familiar shops, trying to see if anything caught your attention this time. Derek was the most enthusiastic. He checked out every stall with his eyes wide with wonder. Elizabeth and Cove were in good spirits as well. That's so cool. He ran over to a street magician who was currently doing a card trick for a group of enchanted tourists. Derek clapped when the magician showed a middle-aged man his card. Derek turned back to the group with a curious gleam on his face. What does it take to perform here anyway? Do you have to ask somebody, or do you just show up and start doing stuff? Why would you even ask? It's a public street. Or who would you even ask? It's a public street. Hey, Ms. Mayor, can I pull a rabbit out of my hat? Please, Flopsy is well behaved, I promise. Derek chuckled, his eyes searching up and down the scene. Maybe there's a boss of the shopping street? No one does any of this around my neighborhood. It's just regular stores behind walls. It's different if someone wants a real store, but here I'm pretty sure people are just putting up their little shows whenever they want to and do whatever. That's so neat. Would we be allowed to do something too? Cove laughed, and Derek began almost vibrating with excitement. Elizabeth rolled her eyes. What would we do? Well, I don't know what. Not yet. I mean, I just found out it's a possibility, you know? But there's gotta be something. We know cool stuff. I'm sure if we think about it, we could plan a show that'd really get a crowd pumped. Sounds like a great idea. You totally should. Woo!
Nice.
Knew I could count on you. Now we just need the act. It'll come to us. Right. With some amusement, the gang continued to peruse the stalls. Elizabeth found some earrings with a dangling, badly misprinted globe that everyone laughed at. Cove picked out a blob as Iceland, but Derek thought it had to be Greenland. You know, this is a world with what looks like 9 continents. I think you're both wrong. You wanted to side with Code. Looks like Iceland to me.
I know.
Right? Suddenly, Cove froze. You stared at him and tried to see what caught his attention. When you saw a familiar face down the way, it all made sense. Oh, between the crowds, his bright hair stood out like a neon green bowl in kitchen sink. It was Jeremy. Jeremy slowly drifted his eyes down the street, and his eyes widened in mutual recognition. He definitely noticed you. Derek frowned, and Cove sighed. Neither of them were happy to see him again. We'll look away. You didn't even want to start with Jeremy's shenanigans today. Elizabeth raised an eyebrow. Her gaze swept over Jeremy without a hint of a clue. Jeremy simply scoffed to himself and waded deeper into the crowd of people. Derek relaxed and exhaled loudly. Glad he's not going to start anything. He peeked over at Elizabeth with a tiny smirk. See? That was the mean kid.
What?
Huh? She still didn't get it. The first summer day hadn't made nearly as much of an impression on her as it did for Derek, but he smiled and waved it off. Just forget about him. I already have. He laughed, and Cove smiled lightly. He seemed in a much better mood now that Jeremy was gone. Your eyes wandered over to where Jeremy disappeared. You hadn't forgotten the day you met him either. He was only going to be in town for vacation with his parents he hated. That glimpse was probably going to be the last time you would ever see him. Kept thoughts to myself. Elizabeth snapped her fingers in front of your face. Like he just doesn't deserve much time, you know. Apparently you had spaced out. Cove and Derek were already at the next stall. Come on, unless you want to get left here. You nodded and caught up with the others. Cove raised an eyebrow. What were you thinking about? Nothing. He gave you a searching look, but let it drop when Derek yelled at you to go check something out. You couldn't help but wonder, though, what would have happened if you would have interacted with Jeremy more? Perhaps for a different playthrough. You were glad that you wouldn't find out. Jeremy was unlike anyone you had ever met before. But he was kind of pitiful. You and the group moved on from the stall and from Jeremy. It didn't take long for everyone to return to the joking. You all enjoyed what little time you had left, as Elizabeth mentioned the hour was almost up. The little trip had flown by, and lunch must have been waiting for you now. Derek bounced on the balls of his feet.
Okay.
Come on, guys. Let's get going so we can eat. I'm starving. See, again, if I had, maybe waved to him, there might have been a whole other scene with Jeremy, but screw him. I don't like him. I can't wait. Cove stretched one of his arms lazily. Let's go, then. You looked at him appraisingly. Nodded at him. Then you followed Elizabeth as she took herself to lead the way home. She walked fast, much faster than Derek preferred. She kept gaining lead, and then Derek would jog back up to the group. With Cove's long legs, he had no trouble keeping up. Walk side by side with Cove. Kept close to your neighbor. You both chatted about things you'd seen on the shopping street, with Derek chiming in every so often. You caught Cove smiling at you a couple times. He was happy you were spending time with him. It was a pleasant walk home, and in no time you had made it back. Derek got the front door and held it open for everyone as you each moseyed inside. The 3 parents were still in the kitchen. They looked up and waved. Welcome back, everyone. You made it just in time. Hope you're hungry. So did everyone have a nice time out? She gestured for people to take a seat at the table. Plates and silverware had already been placed out. You took your normal seat. Elizabeth sat across from you, and Derek took the seat to your left. Cove sat on your right. But he blushed a little and began fidgeting with his silverware. His dad was the first to pick up on his extra awkwardness, but your moms weren't far behind. The parents shared looks at Cove's reaction. It seemed that he was struggling with how to act normal around his dad or your parents, or both, after what had happened between the two of you upstairs. Oh yeah, we had a great time. It was fine. I had fun. The bang heist went off without a hitch. I really liked it. That's good in my book. Casually, Mr. Holden sat in the empty seat across from Cove. He smiled at you and all the other kids. Mom sat a platter down full of water glasses on the table. She looked down at the gathering. It's a good thing we have 8 chairs. I can't remember the last time we've had a group this big over for a meal. Can you pass the drinks down to the other side? Make sure I'll get one. Sure. Those close to the cups obliged and started offering waters around. As you passed Cove his drink, your hands touched. Cove froze. You had already let go, not realizing he was too distracted to function in that moment. The glass fell down to the table. Oh! Landing with a sharp clatter of glass on wood. Cove scooted his chair back with a restrained shout.
Sorry.
I'll just get a towel or something? He looked around in a frantic panic, as if an object to soak up the water would magically appear if he turned his head fast enough. His dad bit his lip in worry, rising from his own seat.
Well...
Cove, what's going on? You've been a little out of it today. Did something happen? Cove tensed, frozen again. He stared at the water on the tabletop, as if he wanted to sink into it. Should I cover for him? I think I'm gonna go. What? Yeah, the RV was awkward enough. Yeah, for sure. If something did happen, you should wait for Cove to want to talk about it. Trying to make him say things in front of everyone wouldn't be good. I feel like that's not really covering, but okay. Mr. Holden nodded slowly. He still seemed worried, but after another look at Cove, he smiled sympathetically.
Right.
Well said, Kate. I am here when you're ready, son.
Of course.
Cove breathed a sigh of relief and shot you an apologetic look. You gave an exaggerated wink when heads turned away from you. As everything got set up, Ma chided Elizabeth to take her elbows off the table.
Now.
And you shouldn't slouch. She pointed to Mr. Holden, who was leaning forward with both arms on the table. Slouching. Oops. Mr. Holden seemed unsure about all the sudden attention and carefully rearranged his posture to something suitable for a fancy dinner. He smiled sheepishly at Ma. Elizabeth rolled her eyes, and Ma gave a level look at her. You shouldn't be impolite to a guest in the house either. Elizabeth groaned, long-suffering. Ma giggled, and Mr. Holden chuckled.
Not bad.
The lot of you could learn a thing or two from Derek. He has the best manners here. Derek blushed, but it was true. His posture was upright and formal. He even held his fork gracefully. His table manners, on top of all his attempts to aid your parents, made him the model of meal attendee behavior.
Aww.
It's nothing. It's true, though. You've been a lovely guest. I've noticed that, too. It's always nice when you stay over, Derek. Derek smiled and sat a little taller in his chair. And do you have anything good to say about our other guest? She looked deliberately at Cove with a teasing smirk. Or is there just nothing to say? Well, Cove is my number one, but he does still clean his hands by wiping them on his pants. Cove frowned at that and absentmindedly brushed his hands on his pant legs. Your mom laughed lightly.
There.
Elizabeth, you should know, after all these years, Cove is hardly a guest anymore. Cove smiled awkwardly. Thanks. Just gonna eat food. Parents made an excellent lunch. You took another bite and minded your business. Everyone ate their meal together and continued to hang out for the afternoon. After the food, you and the others played a couple of games and talked about plans for the upcoming year. The time passed quickly, and soon it was time for you to part ways. Mr. Holden talked to your moms, and Cove drifted over to you, knowing that as soon as his dad finished up, he would be leaving. It'd be cool to stay, but we have some stuff to do before everything closes today.
Okay.
Yeah, bye. Could you move? I need the phone. God. Cove raised an eyebrow, and Elizabeth impatiently gestured behind him. Cove realized he was standing right in front of where the receiver was placed. He sidestepped out of the way and shook his head, clearly thinking Elizabeth was rushing too much. Your sister made a beeline for the phone and started dialing the number of what you figured was one of her friends. Knowing Elizabeth, she was going to be on there for a while. You, Cove, and Derek shuffled closer to the door. It seemed like Mr. Holden was wrapping up his conversation, so everyone started saying their various farewells.
Talk to you later.
See you later, Cove. We gotta do this again sometime. Yeah, see you. Cove turned to you and smiled slightly. Bye, Kate. I'm gonna hug him goodbye. We're like little kids dating now. You step forward and spread your arms wide. Cove only had a moment to react before you encircle him in your arms. Cove hugged you back tightly, and his chest rumbled as he laughed. His cheeks were slightly red, especially when he looked over and noticed that Derek had watched the whole thing. Derek smiled amusedly. Seriously, dude, we'll have to hang out later. I'm gonna miss you during school. He offered Cove a high five, and the two boys clapped their hands together. Cove and his dad left soon after that. Your parents started cleaning up the house, and Elizabeth was still chatting to her friends on the phone. It was just you and Derek left. He elected to stay outside in the front of the house to wait for his dad to pick him up. You decided to keep your guest company, although he was originally Cove's visitor. A light summer breeze blew through your hair, and Derek shifted his weight from foot to foot. Thanks for waiting with me. He kicked to the ground distractedly.
Well,
Dad's still gonna be a while, so do you want to go for a walk? Sounds great. One last trip for the day. To you, we walked down to the street again, just wandering without a destination planned. It was a quiet stroll. Too quiet for Derek being the company. You turned to him when you noticed that he wasn't saying a word. That was unusual. Derek always had something he could chat about. You weren't sure if you should ask him about it. Somehow you ended up at the old park near the beach. You glanced over to Derek once more, still expecting him to say something any second now. However, nothing came from him. In fact, now you noticed a frown creeping on his face. Derek smiled when he realized you were watching. At least his mouth turned up. There wasn't anything that really felt happy in the expression. He turned away and the smile fell off his face. His eyes stared intently at the ground and you raised an eyebrow. Is everything okay? I'm a little sad. It's just, with school starting back up again, it's going to be harder to visit. I'm going to have homework and clubs and practices and everything else.
Sucks.
It really sucks we go to different schools. His face screwed up and his fists were closed tightly together. This was really concerning him. What if we don't have time? Channel some optimism into the conversation. We'll make time. We could talk over the phone and have plans for weekends. It'll be okay. Derek looked up at the sky. It was orange and purple with little wisps of clouds scattered around. A plane flew high with jet stream trailing behind it. Then he turned to the ground again. Derek's face was tilted far enough down that it was harder to read his expression. Hey, Kate, I actually wanted to talk to you about something, if you don't mind. There was a pause and you waited for him to finish his thought.
Sorry.
I was just kind of wondering, do you like guys at all? Like, would you ever want to be with someone who's a boy? Sorry if that's weird to ask. I could be with a guy. Okay, then... He hesitated before finishing his question.
So...
Oh! Is he interested in me too? So, what I mean is there any guy you think is kind of cool, that you like, around here? Not at school or anything, like that. He ducked his head further. You already knew the answer. You had confronted that very topic this afternoon. Well, I like Cove. Derek chuckled and didn't look at all surprised. Yeah, just Cove was an option. Yeah, I kind of thought so. That's cool. He was blushing, though. I wonder if he likes me, but is like, okay, clearly they have something going on I can't touch. I really hope things work out. Thanks for answering my random questions. He shot you a thumbs up. I hope we'll always be friends, no matter what. Yeah, I think he liked me, maybe. But even if we don't see each other for a long time, or if we get really busy, I still hope... He cut himself off and met your eyes. There was something serious to him, sincerely worried that you'd fall out of friendship. We're always going to be friends. Derek smiled, mostly to himself. He seemed a little more like the usual. Then for sure, we have to make the most of next year, then the year after that, and the year after that. He rambled on for a while about things. We'll just make the most of every year. Right. You smiled and felt like your friendship was still strong. Yeah, I think that was, he was kind of probing to see if maybe he had a chance, even though he thought he probably didn't. And then it's like, okay, yeah, they like each other, I'm just gonna let this go. You didn't spend much longer at the park after that. Derek didn't want to miss his dad, so you both made your way back to your street. After Derek went back home, you decided to settle in for the night. Stretching your arms over your head, you noticed that the living room and the phone were free. I'll call Lee. You picked up the receiver and quickly punched in the familiar number while going to take a seat on the couch. Soon enough, after explaining the situation to the housekeeper, Lee answered. Hey! Hi, Lee. Can you talk? Definitely, we practically have to. My gosh, can you believe it's almost time for school to start? What happened to our summer? School starts first thing tomorrow for me. And I thought starting next week was bad enough. Enjoy your last week. Oh, I will. I hope you'll survive your first day. I think it'll be okay. School isn't too bad. That's true. Maybe it'll end up being a really good year. And at least summer was nice while it lasted, right? We were busy. Yeah. Fondly, you thought about all the best memories you made this summer. Lee was there for some, but there were still many you hadn't filled her in on yet. You reminisced about a moment of your summer. You began to speak about that road trip you took. Went on vacation. Co's parents ended up inviting my whole family on an RV road trip. That's awesome. It was a 3-day trip. We visited the Redwood National Forest, which for some reason is not capitalized. Lucky. Cove was flirting with me on the trip. Cove did what? He tried to flirt. I was surprised too. I'm so happy for you. You have to keep me updated on what happens next. It's hard to focus on what she was saying. Your face was probably red right now, just thinking about what happened. Began to speak about... One night, Cove's parents invited me over for dinner at their house. Mr. Holden made Mexican food. Meal was good. Mexican is yummy, that's no surprise. What else happened? We played card games. Fun. Huh? We bet with real money. No way. His parents are cool. Talk about her. What was your big highlight of the summer, Lee? Talking to you was always the best part of my summer. Aw. Even though it was a phone call, you knew Lee was just winking at you. Good, I'm glad you picked the right answer. Come on, tell me. What, you don't believe me? Lee? Alright, okay. So a high point for me was when I took that trip with my parents to Europe. That was amazing. You and Lee continued to go over your adventures until you were both yawning to each other over the phone. Before you go, there's one other thing. I kissed Cove today. There was a pause of silence. Knowing your cousin, you decided to pull your ear away from the phone. As expected, a screech loud enough for you to still make out clearly from a distance crackled through the speaker. When you felt it was safe, you put the phone back against your head. Lee was still gushing to herself, though a little less loudly. Why didn't you say so sooner? He had to kiss you back, right? You two are the most perfect pair ever. Tell me, please. Use the precious little time you had left to try filling her in the best you could capable of in the moment. But soon the approach of curfew became too much for you to ignore, despite how excited both of you were. After that, you decided it was time to say goodbye for now. You did have school to wake up for in the morning. Bye, Lee. Night, Kate. Talk to you later. You left the phone on the side table for now. Looking at the clock on the wall, you saw it was only about 10 minutes until your moms would be insisting you had to go to bed so you could be rested enough for school. You stretched your legs onto the couch and sighed in defeat, watching the minute hand change 1 minute closer to bedtime. You rearranged yourself, feeling restless, and looked out the window. Startled initially, you spotted a figure out in the hills. It was Cove! When surprise faded, you realized it really wasn't that much of a shock at all. It was exactly something that Cove would do. Smacked the window to get his attention. Went outside to meet up with him. Strolling casually, you went over to the front door. When you arrived, you noticed how many fireflies were out that night. They drifted along lazily, barely minding your presence as you waded through to reach the top of the hill. Cove turned towards you as you approached, and you noticed right away that Cove was happy to see you. Hey, you had a bounce in your step. You weren't sure how long you'd get before your moms roped you back inside for bed. Hey, you're starting strong. Out late on the very first school night of the year? Chuckling, Cove crossed his arms. Seriously, what are you doing here? Nothing, really. He shrugged, seeming unhappy with his own answer. You stared at him, waiting for him to continue. Well, I guess I was feeling kind of weird about stuff, so I'm getting some fresh air before bed. Hope you feel better. His mouth pulled into a bent smile. He spoke so quietly you almost missed it. I think I will. Cove let himself fall back onto his butt, then all the way down, so he was laying on his back. He looked up at the sky. Lay down myself too. Lower yourself to lay back on the hill. He had been lost in thought, or was possibly waiting for you to situate yourself, but he started speaking unprompted again. Thanks for telling me about my dad, and the money he offered to you to be my friend. Oh. Yeah, that was like the last thing I was expecting. He was happy about that choice? Seemed last thing you were expecting out of him. Cove seemed to pick up on that and stretch his arms out wide in front of him.
I mean...
This is where we met, remember? It happened that day. You could recall the sad little boy with the pink cast, who you found in this very spot. It felt like a lifetime ago. I kind of have a strange feeling looking at you. Not in a bad way, just thinking about you and then really seeing you now. It's something. He turned his face away from you. You got the impression he was trying to hide a blush. It was almost unbelievable how much of an impact he made on your life just by moving in next door. You couldn't even imagine what your days might have looked like in a world where you hadn't met him. Cove glanced back at you, waiting for a response. You had no idea what to say. Cove just stared at you unblinkingly. What? It's you, huh? He snickered before answering. He looked thoroughly amused with your reaction. That's what you do all the time, so I'm being you. What? Oh, because he was looking at me. Not being able to argue with this assessment, you accepted it. Cove smiled, pleased at you. Honestly, there wasn't many people you could think of who could tease you about something like that. Returning his smile, you realized there was no denying that you two have been around each other for a long time. Cove broke the quiet before it could fully settle. Yeah, see you then. With a final wave, Cove headed for home, but you stayed there a few minutes longer. Your mind kept going back to his simple statement, see you tomorrow. No matter how much was changing around you, there were some things in your life that always seemed to remain true. The hills felt warm to you that night. Before you knew it, you were getting comfortable under the covers in your room. Your mind couldn't help but still be buzzing with thoughts about the future. It was hard not to think about Cove. There hadn't been enough time to really figure it all out after what happened between you two. You felt excited. There was a little doubt in your mind that things were moving forward, and you couldn't wait to find out what changes were waiting for you on the horizon. Slowly, your eyes grew heavy as you drifted off to sleep, your mind spinning with wishful thoughts. No matter what happened next, you could only hope that you would make the most of it. You were ensnared in a dream when a noise from the outside world jostled you. Your eyes snapped open. The light clatter continued. Now that you were more alert, you could distinguish it as a tapping sound, quiet, slow, but persistent. Each beat was like being poked. You couldn't ignore it. You lifted your head from the pillow and looked for the source. Not much work was needed to puzzle it out. It was from the window. With that, you knew exactly what it was. From the color of light filtering in your room, it was too early for anyone to be awake, including the sun. It had barely hauled itself over the horizon. But that didn't stop some people, it seemed. You sat up in bed and opened the window wide. Cool air, not yet warmed by the day, tickled your face as it pushed into your room. And just as you'd expected, there was your neighbor, crouching on your windowsill. He was fully dressed, though not for school. He was wearing a wetsuit and a shy smile. Save you from video games? How do I need to save you? We're doing a visual novel here. I don't know if that counts as a video game. You stared back, blinking. Sounds like a tall order. So technically, we won't be back to school for a few more hours. His voice was delicate yet deliberate, each word a careful explanation. Classes haven't actually started yet, so do you want to hit the beach with me one more time this summer? Here we go again! Your comment was half-hearted and you both knew it. Only Cove would think of something like this, and that was part of what made him special to you. Cove chuckled conspiratorially, his smile widening. Remember what Mom was saying about how Cove was a bad influence on me? Yeah. You rushed to get changed into something suitable while Cove climbed back down to get to ground level. Your limbs, still half asleep, struggled somewhat as you attempted to coordinate them into a swimsuit, but you got there in the end. Soon you were tiptoeing out your front door, clutching a towel. Cove was already there to greet you. Your eyes met. Cove's gaze darted to your destination and back to you. You checked the door was closed, gave a thumbs up, and the two of you leapt into action. Dude, we're gonna get grounded. Wordlessly, you began to run down the familiar path ahead, Cove beside you. The thrill of your illicit outing made you want to laugh. Not that you dared. If anyone in your family looked out and saw you, then your summer would be back to being over. One glance at Cove told you he was thinking exactly the same, holding back snickers for the fear of being heard and caught. The towel streamed out from under your arm like a cape. You were running so fast downhill that simply keeping your balance and not tumbling down was a real threat. It just wasn't enough of one to make you slow your pace. For every step you took, the beach was a little closer and the day a little brighter. What lay ahead for you would arrive, and you were happy to meet it. In between. All right. We're gonna be 16 now in the next thing. We'll change to that little ponytail there. Keep everything else the same, I think. You can do acne if you want. That's funny. Hand size. I think that's new. We can have braces now. Hand size, 7 cards, right? No scar on the stomach. That's alright. I'm just gonna be done. Ooh! I can update to being in love if I want to. Hold on. No option for anklets, only bracelets. Alright, we're gonna save. And, I'm gonna go ahead and stop there. It's actually noon. I need to eat lunch. But let's see if there's anybody online who we can raid. I'll be playing this again next Sunday. We'll start chapter 3. We're gonna be 16. And on Saturday, I'll be playing some more Magic. So I hope you had a good time. We can, oh, yeah, I hope you have a good Sunday too. There aren't too many folks on, so we're just gonna stop for today. I hope you have a wonderful day. Please be sure to stay safe.